you like to take the roll, please?
Tim Andrews. Here. Donna Ballin.
Here.
Gene Camargo.
Here.
Ray Chavez. Here. Alan Cochran.
Here.
Will Conley. Don Dietzman. Barbara Smith for Art Doman.
Here.
Blair Fitzsimmons.
Here.
Vic Hildebrand. Kevin Yannick. Kirk Campbell for John Kite.
Here.
Russell Davis.
Here.
Tony Wood for Doug Maguchi.
Here.
Dan Meyer.
Here.
Gary Middleton.
Here.
Con Mims.
Here.
Robert Quinte.
Here.
Annalisa Peace for Ileana Pena. Steve Ramsey.
Here.
David Roberts. Mark Freeberg for Roland Ruiz.
Here.
Diane Savage.
Here.
Suzanne Scott.
Here.
Greg Singleman.
Here.
Tom Taggart.
Here.
Diane Wasnick.
Here.
Bill West.
Here.
Adam Yablonsky.
Here. Will Conley.
Will
Here.
Conley just came in.
Marty Kelly.
Here.
Ron Fiesler. Steve Ramos. Don McGee.
Here.
Ron Ellis.
Here.
Charles Weidenfeld. Dan Hunter. We have a forum.
Cole, you missed Glenn Lord. Sorry.
Glenn Lord. I'm sorry.
No problem. A lot of names to go through.
Thank you, Cole. Well, before we get started with the agenda, I want to take a point of personal privilege, and I would like to do a special recognition of Con Mims this morning for his service as chair of our regional planning group for many years. So, Con, why don't you come up here for a second, please, so we can officially recognize you for your service. So let's kind of revisit all his wonderful accomplishments. First of all, if y'all remember, we're not trying to drag up bad news, but he was selected as chair of Regional after the end of the 2006 planning cycle, and that was the dreaded planning cycle where we rejected the 2006 plan. We don't like to revisit that, but he did such an excellent job bringing us back, and he secured legislation authorizing the Water Development Board to actually accept that 2006 regional plan, which was extremely important to move us forward. He then chaired Regional for the completion of the 2011 and the 2016 regional water plans. He also did an amazing job instituting the use of work groups to more effectively engage individual planning group members in resolving issues facing the planning group and trying to build consensus. And that has really set a precedent going forward is how well our group has continued to work on very challenging issues that have faced our regional planning group. And probably one of the items that I think maybe he takes the most pride in is that he secured the legislation designating certain river segments as being unique ecological value, of unique ecological value. That was the House Bill 1016 that he worked on so hard, and that included the Comal, the Frio, Guadalupe River, Nueces River, Sabinal River, and the San Marcos River, different segments of those rivers, which was a wonderful accomplishment and something he was very proud of. So in recognition of that, we found this beautiful picture. This is a framed picture that's being presented to Con in recognition of his dedicated service to the region, and it's called Smoke on the Water. And the picture was taken below the dam at Garner State Park, which lies within the Frio River segment that was designated as being a unique ecological value. The artist that took the picture, his name is Charles Carlson, and he's a local photographer and he lives in the area. And he took the picture in November of 2009. That's why it's kind of this fall picture. But we just thought we wanted to give you something that could symbolize your hard work and dedication, and hopefully an area that's very special to you.
Thank you very, very much. Thank you, Suzanne, and thanks to all of you. This is really beautiful. It's my backyard. And I just want to say, you've heard this a million times, that we did this together. Let's not forget that. Every time we had a problem confront us, we got together and we worked through those problems every single time, and we never failed. And that's why you all made me look good, and I just hung on. But I thank you. It's been quite a journey. It's been a lot of memories, and it's really a relief to sit over there with the rest of you guys. Suzanne's going to do a wonderful job. I'm confident of that. Thank you so much.
Why don't we take that? I have big shoes to fill, and Con, please correct me at any time that you need to make sure I can follow in your footsteps and do a good job leading this group. So thank you very much for your leadership. Thank you for allowing me to do that. So now, moving on to the agenda, everyone has a packet in front of you. And as I understand this, beginning with the new planning cycle, one of the first steps that we need to take as a regional planning group is to convene a pre-planning public meeting. This is a requirement of the Water Development Board's rules for this process. We did post a public meeting that was posted separately on March the 30th per the administrative code that dictates our processes here. So I'm going to, I guess I need to, do I close this meeting and then open that public meeting? Is that the way I need to do that?
Yeah.
Okay, so
Recess.
I'll recess the regional meeting and then convene the pre-planning public meeting, and we'll accept public comment regarding the upcoming cycle of the planning process. You do have some written comment in your packet, and I think there's been another one that has been circulated to you today. So I'm just going to call the speakers up, and I guess, Cole, do they have 3 minutes or 5 minutes? What's the timing for each of our speakers?
It's your discretion. So I think in the past we haven't limited them, but if it was too far, it was all on you.
Well, how about we have 3 minutes for public comment, and if we can do that, that would be helpful. And obviously, some of these folks have also submitted both written comments as well as the verbal comments that they will be giving. So I'm first going to call up Jim McMeans, and if you would go to the podium, please, sir. And would y'all be kind enough to do the timing, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Scott. Appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today. And I appreciate the opportunity to present this proposal regarding the scope of activities to be considered during the 5th cycle of regional water planning. Rainwater collection for domestic potable water supply has come of age and is the most promising and efficient, innovative water supply option for low-density areas where municipal or private water systems are impractical or unavailable. With modern technology and proper design, rainwater collection systems can provide a reliable, pure drinking water supply that eliminates the need for a water well that added straw into our already overstressed aquifers. Thousands of homes in the Texas Hill Country are served by rainwater collection systems. A thriving industry has sprung up in the past decade to design, install, supply, and service rainwater collection systems. I personally converted from a water well in 2009, built a rainwater system with adequate collection and storage capacity, and have gone through every drought since then with capacity to spare. I, like many others using rainwater, consider it far superior to well water, which typically contains high concentrations of dissolved minerals that damage water lines and appliances and requires extensive treatment before being usable. Now we are learning that other contaminants in well water may include arsenic and migrating nitrogen from fertilizer. Rainwater collection systems have very low energy demands and approach almost zero loss due to leakage and evaporation. We all recognize that groundwater contained in our aquifers is a shared resource and is an important source of water that must be used sustainably to be available for future generations. Groundwater feeds our Texas Hill Country springs, our creeks and rivers, and supports our wildlife, as well as serving the needs of a growing Texas population and our important farm and ranch operations. We must take actions that help to preserve our groundwater supplies and reduce the number of straws that dip into the aquifer and further deplete that resource. Rainwater collection for domestic water supply is an innovative water management strategy that can help to achieve that goal. I have a proposal. It's called the Texas Rainwater Initiative Fund, or the RAIN Fund. The goal is to create a self-renewing fund to assist Texas counties and their citizens with developing rainwater collection systems that provide a reliable, pure domestic water supply and help to reduce the use of groundwater. The method would be to initiate an innovative water management strategy that would provide funds for Texas counties to incentivize the installation of rainwater collection systems for domestic water supply. To do this, we'd make available to each Texas Hill Country county, a no-interest loan in the amount of $3 to $5 million to establish a rainwater initiative fund. The RAIN Fund would be administered by each county as a revolving loan fund, available to area citizens desiring to install a domestic rainwater collection systems, either new or converting from well supply. Citizens would be offered by each participating county.
That's fine.
All right. I refer you to the written material in your report, and I did submit that. I appreciate you looking at it, and thank you for this opportunity.
Scott, when they speak, could you ask them to say who they're representing?
Of course, yes, absolutely. Okay. In this case, I think he questioned, you checked that you were just representing yourself?
I'm representing myself.
Yes, sir.
And probably a lot of people in the Hill Country.
Thank you. Very interesting idea. I appreciate you sharing that. Next, we have Rachel Sywinski. I said that correctly?
Good morning, Chairwoman Scott and Regional L planning members. My name is Rachel Sywinski. I'm a resident of the region, and know that the early Christians were commended by each other to honor their elected officials as people who were servants to bring about good to their community. And whether you were elected or appointed, I thank you for your service to the community, that you are bringing about good, and for all the serious consideration and encouragement I have seen from the members of this group. As a member of Texas Impact Interfaith Center for Public Policy, I affirm the comments, concerns, and suggestions that we as a group expressed in 2015 in regard to the Regional 2016 Regional Water Plan, and ask that they be considered in the planning process for the Regional 2021 Regional Water Plan. I believe that these ideas are encompassed in a prayer that I have written in recognition of the fact that this is the designated National Day of Prayer, and in lieu of any other comments, I will read that prayer to you. Holy Creator, you brought forth earth and life from waters that cover this planet and pronounced creation good. Abundant plants provided food for people, yet they defiled your creation and brought upon themselves pain and growing food among thorns. The once abundant dew that watered the ground was replaced by rain and flooding. The sign of those who obeyed God was to rest one day in 7 and leave their fields fallow every 7th year. Those who owned fields were to leave food for others to glean, to feed the priests, and honor God with a 10th. Every 50 years, all debts were forgiven and the land reverted to the original owners. Today, we are challenged to find this rest. This rest requires us to trust and rely on you and not ourselves in our own striving for our needs. This rest requires us to acknowledge that what we have is not our own, but yours. This rest requires that we acknowledge the rights of others to live equally in your blessing. You provided water, the most basic component in need of our bodies. You provided living water that Jesus offered to all. The water that you gave us is still here on this planet, yet we have not often appreciated this blessing. We have polluted the water. We have not given rest to the fields which provide us the food. We have manipulated and destroyed much of the creation which testifies to your glory with monuments to ourselves. In so doing, we have altered the hydrologic cycle, causing flooding and drought and poverty. When we misuse the water you gave us, we cry, "Give us rain." Yet when the rain falls on the earth we have covered with concrete, asphalt, and our other monuments to ourselves, we cry for relief from flooding. How long will you tolerate us, God? Forgive our sins and heal us. Our land is plagued with problems because of our arrogance and waste. Your creation brought you glory, yet we have perverted it in attempts to glorify ourselves. Let it not be too late, Lord. We have wasted and lost much, but we earnestly repent and ask for your mercy. Lord, help us. Help us when we feel angry and betrayed by those upstream for hoarding what we think belongs to us. To ever remember there is always someone downstream from us as well. May we fulfill the words of Jesus to treat those downstream as we would want those upstream to treat us. Help us, Lord, as we recognize that your creation was your glory. We recognize our part in your creation and bring you glory. May we ever be mindful that robbing creation of water for ourselves is our attempt to displace you of your own glory. We acknowledge that we are part of creation and the glory belongs to you. Please help us, Lord, to be the steward you called us to be. We thank you, Lord, for the water that sustains us, for the living water that bridged the gap to bring us back to you, and for the gift of life you have bestowed upon us. May we live in partnership with you as stewards of your creation. Amen.
Thank you for sharing that. Next, Ellen Berkey.
Thank you for letting me speak at this Region L planning or pre-planning meeting. I haven't had a chance to read everything, but I did get the high points from Terry Burns' letter that is in your packet regarding what's in the preliminary plan. I'd like to make a few comments to you before you undergo your agenda, which looks like a very challenging topic. The last time I spoke to this planning group, I cautioned you against the ethics pitfalls you have a duty to avoid when selecting water policy consultants. Vista Ridge pipeline detractors have asserted in writing that the ethics cloud over our mayor, SAWS trustee, Mayor Ivy Taylor, appears to be spreading to encompass a professional engineering firm which SAWS has retained to advise the public utility with respect to a certain $3.5 billion investment. Only prompt action by San Antonio City Manager operating as a gatekeeper for our Ethics Review Board has kept this scandal out of the regional news. The seawater desalination scheme blessed by planners for the Texas Water Development Board may be viewed as a tacit admission that the Vista Ridge project is in more trouble than SAWS admits, or it could just be a political ploy to get fence sitters behind the 140-mile-long pipeline and avoid the out of the frying pan and into the fire syndrome. It appears that the Texas Water Development Board is favoring the award of low-interest state loans to support the pipeline scheme as well, thereby giving a wink and nod to investors who are currently negotiating with the presumptive pipeline builder in New York City. Sorry, all you regional banks and investors, when push comes to shove, Texas goes hat in hand to look for a bailout from the New York banks. Why on earth doesn't the Texas Water Development Board revisit its population projections for the counties in Region L in the wake of the South Texas oil patch bust? Does anyone in this regional planning board still believe the growth projections and water consumption estimates upon which all this capital investment is being predicated? Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, and this is the last card I have in front of me, so I don't know if there's anyone else that is going to want to speak after this one, but I have Dr. Meredith McGuire.
Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity to speak at this meeting. I am Dr. Meredith McGuire, representing the Alamo Group of the Sierra Club. I would like to add also that I'm sending my comments to Mr. Ruiz on electronic form because it includes a lengthy bibliography with URLs that you can just click on and hopefully look at some of the sources that I'm referring to. I urge you, before the Region L Planning Committee begins this next cycle, to completely reframe the basic assumptions of your planning process. At the core of the process must be the recognition that climate change is already happening faster than expected and will cause ever greater weather extremes of droughts and floods. And due to the increased heat, those droughts are likely to be deeper and longer than any historical base. That stark reality means that all who live here must be brought into the process of preparing our communities for living with chronic drought. This is our new normal. All water planning must be focused on how to reach maximum preparedness as quickly as possible, because last week's rains may be the beginning of the next long drought. I'll focus on San Antonio, but I believe that there is much that all of Texas and the United States can do to make our communities far more resilient in the face of climate change and an uncertain water future. We are way behind Europe and Australia in drought preparedness. San Antonio must learn from Australia's experience with its 13-year-long severe drought. For example, Melbourne came dangerously close to running out of water. Just before the drought broke in 2009, the city's reservoirs held only 25.6% of capacity, a historic low. San Antonio has several advantages compared to Melbourne. Our water supply is mostly underground in aquifers or aquifer storage, so it doesn't evaporate as readily as supply based on reservoirs and other surface water. Our historic annual rainfall is about 125% of Melbourne's 24 inches. Our main disadvantage is that our city, our state, and our nation have not begun the process, whereas Australia began more than 20 years ago revamping water laws and water management systems to encourage drought preparedness and protection of fresh water supplies. With the funding of, with help from funding from the United States, could I please? Yes. I am sending the information around. The city of 4.3 million people, Greater Melbourne was able to reduce its per capita demand by roughly 50%. They were able to, by having the whole community work together, they were able to reduce household water demand from 79 gallons per person per day to less than 37 gallons per person per day. Many communities reduced that even lower than that. And what's more, after the drought ended, they have kept their demand low. The city, however, made a big mistake in putting too much of its resources into large-scale inflexible systems, which are now stranded assets, a desal plant and a major pipeline. It's very important for us to use low-impact development technologies, and there's more details on all of this in the packet that I'll be happy to share with you. And those of you who don't get the online thing, feel free to give me your email addresses and I'll send it to you. The Texas Water Development Board must prioritize all of the demand-side measures and promote decentralized infrastructure, especially the use of rainwater and stormwater. Don't even consider major supply-side projects until community shows that it is accomplished as much as possible with that. I'm very upset that SAWS and San Antonio are promoting San Antonio as a place of abundant water and claiming that the residents can enjoy their huge water-thirsty lawns and that the place is open for business to water-intensive industries to be relocating here. We must not mine our aquifers and our precious water supply for the purpose of the wrong kinds of growth. Thank you.
Are there any other comments at this time? Okay.
Suzanne, this may be a little bit out of order, and I don't know if this is permissible, but the first gentleman who spoke about the rainwater harvesting, I would be interested, just if it's a very brief conclusion, to hear what he had to say in conclusion to his proposal.
His proposal is in your packet.
Yes, I knew that, but I just thought it would be good for the group to hear. But if you think it's better to move on, that's fine too. So.
I think we have a very long agenda in front of us, but do read what he has in the packet. I think that it's very thorough, and I appreciate him outlining it in detail in our packet. I think it'll help us be able to review it in detail, and I thank him for that. All right, hearing no other public comments, then I will reconvene the Regional Planning Group meeting and continue with our agenda. All right, at this time, we are taking up for consideration approval of the minutes from the February 11th, 2016 meeting of the South Central Texas Regional Water Planning Group. May I have a motion?
I'll move to approve.
Is there a second? Tim, second. All those in favor of approving the minutes, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. All right, thank you. The minutes are approved.
And it's so great to see that you have it posted online, the recording.
Yes, thank you. I think we've taken the guidance that we received to try to expedite getting our minutes out there for y'all to hear the recordings. So, all right, now we left last time one of our executive committee positions unfilled, and we were going to bring it back here to this meeting. We need an election of officer to fill the vacant executive committee at large seat for the calendar year 2016. Yes, sir.
I'd like to nominate Kevin Yannick.
Okay.
I'd like to second that.
All right. So Bill and Robert both have put Kevin up. Are there other? Yes, ma'am.
I'd like to nominate Diane Washington.
Okay.
I'll second that.
All right. Do we have any other nominations at this time? All right, then I will state that the nominations are closed at this time, and Cole is sending around a ballot for you to vote. I guess we'll put your name on it, and then they'll come around and they'll do a count. Okay.
Kevin, 1 by 1812.
All right,
Thank you.
congratulations.
Thank you
Kevin.
all for your vote of confidence, really means a lot to me. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. All right. Thank y'all for that. Next, we're going to have the status of the Edwards Aquifer Habitat Conservation Plan. Mr. Pence?
Yes, I want to thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You do have an item in your packet on this. You had asked us last time to talk about the potential of a tour, and that's what Mr. Pence is going to talk about here today, and I think there's some suggestions in your packet.
Yes, ma'am, thank you. Just real quick to remind the group, at the last meeting when I spoke before y'all, I offered the idea of a tour and taking the group on a tour of the habitat restoration that's been done through the HCP at Kamau Springs and San Marcos Springs. I've had a chance to talk to Cole as staff and get a little feedback, and the recommendation that I've made to Cole is that this fall, after the summer, things cool back down a little bit. We don't try to get it on everyone's calendar so that it's so quick right around the corner that you can't plan for it. And that we do San Marcos in 2016, and then come back and offer a tour in 2017 and do the Kamau system and essentially split those two systems so we can give each one the due diligence it deserves and the time that it deserves. I will work with Cole to try and get some dates set so everyone can get something on their calendar. Just kind of wanted to let you know what we were thinking. The real question that I wanted to ask this morning, thinking of the San Marcos system first, if we wish to do it in 2016, we'll put together a real good kind of broad spectrum tour and things to see, but is there anything specific that anyone has a real interest in that while we're there we want to make sure and see or highlight or target that information or that subject material? Because if so, we can kind of cater towards that direction a little bit.
I would hope, Nathan, that there would be some time built in at some point during the day to see the museum and displays at the head of the river at the Meadow Center, because they have really added to those in recent years. There's a lot of very interesting work going on there, and some of the people who are in the HCP might enjoy seeing that.
Absolutely. To Diane's point, one thing we are thinking about trying to do is have the morning where we give some HCP information, go see a few sites before and after type things. This is what it looked like. Now here's the great work that's been done. Break for lunch, and then come back together in the afternoon at the Meadows Center and possibly not just looking at some of the displays, but they also offer glass bottom boat rides on Spring Lake where you can see the species and firsthand some of the work, and maybe trying to do a boat tour in the afternoon for those who could stick around. That gets to be a pretty long day, but who could and couldn't, we'd work with them. Yes, sir.
And a brief session on the recent archaeological report that just released on the Spring Lake itself. Very interesting.
Yes, sir. We can do that.
Any other questions or comments on the tour? Suggestions?
Okay. Well, we'll work with Cole and get some things set up. And a last minute plug as I walk out, a few of you know, last night some of the efforts in the city of San Marcos and by Texas State University for the riparian restoration that they've been doing through the HCP won a TCEQ Excellence Award. So congratulations to those guys for some great work in that community.
Congratulations, that's wonderful. Thank you. Next, we're going to get a status on all the Bay and Basin stakeholder work. I will give a brief report on the Guadalupe San Antonio. Really, we're just trying to finalize the contracts for the studies that were funded through the Water Development Board, and I think there's 3 total studies, and I think 2 of the contracts have been executed, and 1 is still moving through the process. So hopefully the work will begin, or is already beginning, and we'll have something to report in the next few months as that process moves forward. So, Diane, did you have anything else on those?
No, you heard the same thing I heard.
So, all right, so that's all we have on that. All right, next is the communication from the Water Development Board. Mr. Ron Ellis.
Good morning. Basically, my communication today is a presentation on the state water plan. Right now, the 2017 state water plan is in draft form and is going through the process of, we just finished public comment. We're looking at public comments, determining what parts of the plan may need to be amended in response to comment. And then probably late in the summer, we'll be looking at adoption of the state water plan by the board. So this is our disclaimer. This presentation does not necessarily reflect official board positions or decisions. Okay, so the purposes of the state water plan provide for the orderly development, management, and conservation of water resources, prepare for and respond to drought conditions, and make sufficient water available at a reasonable cost to ensure public health, safety, and welfare, and economic development while protecting the ag and natural resources of the state. So the board was created in 1957 in response to the drought of the 50s, which is still considered the drought of record for the state. There may be local droughts of record in local areas, local river basins, but the 50s is still the drought of record for the state. So this is the 10th plan that is being adopted by the Water Development Board. The first 6 were kind of a top-down process. And then in 1997 with Senate Bill 1, it created a bottom-up process with the regional water planning groups doing regional water plans and those plans rolling up into the state water plan. Why do we plan? As you know, climate in Texas is characterized by drought interrupted by flood. So this is the drought monitor map for the state of Texas, shown graphically over the last, since the year 2000 through 2011. And you can see there in 2011, the intense drought with a long duration. That year was, we had high temperatures, we had wildfires, but you can see the pattern there over the years of the intense drought with the breaks in between. So that's why we plan, is for drought conditions. So how do we plan? We're looking at how much we need, how much do we have enough? And if we don't, what do we need to do to get more, and how much will it cost? So the planning groups compare existing water supplies with current and projected demands to identify when and where additional water supplies are needed for water user groups. If existing supplies don't meet future demand, then the planning groups recommend specific water management strategies to meet supply needs, such as conservation of existing supplies, new reservoirs or groundwater development, conveyance facilities to move available or newly developed water supplies to areas of need, water reuse, and others. Planning groups identify water user groups that won't have enough water during times of drought and recommend the strategies that can address those shortages and estimate the cost of those strategies. Then the state water plan brings all of those 16 plans together. So the next few slides are kind of big picture data for the state. This is population projections. Texas, continues to grow at a steady and a fast rate. And we expect that to continue throughout the planning horizon through 2070. This map shows the counties with the highest projected population growth. As you can see, future growth is expected to be fastest in suburban counties surrounding major metropolitan areas. For Region L, you see the major growth in Hays County, as well as Kendall, Comal, Guadalupe, Caldwell, and Wilson counties. So this graph shows the total water demand in all categories and existing supplies across the planning horizon. The demand continues to rise. It's a 17% increase. and the supplies, existing supplies, declined by 11%. The decline in supplies is due primarily to sedimentation of reservoirs and declining groundwater availability in the Gulf Coast and Ogallala aquifers. The demands increased mainly due to increased municipal demand, though because of municipal conservation, the demands aren't increasing as fast as the population is growing. So when comparing supply and demand, we have to look beyond this aggregate state level and look at the water user group level. In a sense, this graph masks greater shortages in some areas due to surpluses in other areas. So this graph shows needs or potential shortages by decade. Non-municipal needs appear to hold fairly steady while municipal needs are increasing. The municipal needs are the darker red, the non-municipal are the pink. What it shows is that in the event of severe drought conditions, such as a repeated drought of record, the state would face an immediate need for additional supplies of 4.8 million acre-feet per year. That's the number there for 2020. Simply put, Texas does not have enough existing water supplies to meet all of the state's needs in the event of another drought of record. These are the same need values. They're broken up into each of the 6 water use categories. It shows increases in municipal and manufacturing and steam electric needs, and pretty flat for irrigation, livestock, and mining needs. So what does the planning process do to meet those identified needs? As you all well know, planning groups recommend water management strategies to meet those needs. We took all the recommended water management strategies in the 16 regional water plans and aggregated them for the state water plan. Roughly a third of all strategies are not to produce new water supplies, but rather to reduce demand through conservation and drought management. That's the pink section of the bars, and the blue section is the new supply development in the state water plan. So here are all the recommended water management strategies in the draft state water plan, broken up by water resource in 2070. About 45% is reuse and demand management combined. And although new groundwater development only makes up about 10% in that pie chart, it's depended on by many, many water user groups in rural areas. Here are the 2070 water management strategies broken up into more detail by strategy type. The largest category is other surface water at 30.5%. It does not include new major reservoirs. That's its own category at 13%. But it does include new minor reservoirs, as well as a wide variety of strategies that convey, treat, or reassign or subordinate existing surface water supplies that are already developed. Indirect and direct reuse, including non-potable reuse, make up about 14% of the 2070 strategy supplies. Direct potable reuse is up 7-fold since the 2012 plan. And ASR, while it's a very small share, is 3 times higher than in the 2012 plan. So conservation plays a significant role in the plan and is by far the most frequently recommended water management strategy. There are 811,000 acre-feet per year in municipal conservation, 1.3 million acre-feet per year in irrigation conservation, and 203,000 acre-feet per year in other conservation. There's over $3 billion in capital costs associated with the conservation savings. Something to note and remember is that passive municipal conservation is already built into demand projections. So this is conservation above and beyond savings due to plumbing fixtures and other passive savings like that. So conservation strategies are recommended for over half of the 2,600 water user groups in the state. So not all of the needs in the plans could be met with strategies, meaning the planning groups could not identify feasible, identifiable water management strategies to meet those needs. The vast majority of the unmet needs are in irrigation, though there are some unmet needs in all categories. 3% of the 2070 unmet needs are municipal unmet needs. But it's important to note that in individual water user groups, those unmet needs are a small percentage of the demand, of the municipal demand. So there's not necessarily a threat to public health, safety, and welfare due to those unmet municipal needs. All right, what's the price tag? So the cost of not implementing the plan. The aggregated data from the socioeconomic impact analyses and the 16 regional water plans, it was done using an economic impact model prepared by board staff at the request of each water planning group. The model results represent an estimate of the magnitude of the temporary impact of water shortages imposed upon the economy. If no water management strategies are implemented and there was a recurrence of the drought or record, the lost income to the Texas economy would be $73 billion in 2020. These are annual impacts that would accumulate each year and actually worsen as the drought continues. Now the employment numbers, the lost jobs of 424,000 in 2020 and 1.3 million in 2070, those are cumulative impacts. But still a very severe impact if no water management strategies were implemented. So this is the summary of the actual cost of the plan. Capital costs for all 2,400 recommended projects, $62.6 billion. And the reported need of $36.5 billion from state financial assistance programs. So another requirement, as you know, of the regional water plans and of the state water plan is policy recommendations. The recommendations in the draft 2017 state water plan are 5 new unique stream segments, 11 new unique reservoir sites, well, not new, but 11 unique reservoir sites. And the third is the timing of joint groundwater and regional water planning processes. The final policy recommendation there relates to the timing of the planning process and the joint planning process for groundwater management. The overall idea is to better sync up both processes around a common date, which would be the date of the adoption of the state water plan. So the deadline for adopted DFCs would be the same as the deadline for delivering the 2022 state water plan, which is January 5th, 2022. And then the board would develop and deliver MAGs in 2023, and then the 2026 regional water plans would be consistent with those DFCs that were adopted in 2022. So the planning groups would get the DFCs and the MAGs at the beginning of the planning cycle and have that to work with throughout each new planning cycle. So the draft interactive state water plan. I don't know how many of you have seen this, but this is a new feature that I think is really cool. It's a really easy way to find information in the state water plan. That's it's easier than searching a PDF, easier than flipping through a hard copy. So I'm gonna see how this technology works here. So this is the front page of the interactive state water plan, and so we're looking at data for the whole state. It's got the whole state cumulative population numbers at the top, a map of the whole state. As you scroll down, it goes into more detail. breaks it out, the demands by decade, needs by decade, supplies by decade. So a common theme with the interactive plan is as you scroll down the page, it's going to break it out to the more detail until you get down here where you can choose a different decade and different theme to view. So right now we're viewing existing supplies in 2050 for the whole state. There's a lot of features here that are, this is still draft, and there are a lot of features that are going to be filled in as we go. So you can choose to view by planning region. We'll go over here and we'll select Region L. So it gives us the front page for Region L, shows the population here at the top, has the map there. So the tables here now reflect just Region L instead of the whole state. And you can drill down, find more information, down to a list of the recommended projects. You can also view by county. So for instance, you wanted to view, let's see, Bexar County. So this is population numbers from the state water plan just for Bexar County. These are demands, supplies, needs, strategy supplies just for Bexar County, decade by decade. You can also see the same numbers and same features by water user group. So let's see. So we choose Gonzales. Just for Gonzales water user group. Population, demands, supplies, needs. So the recommended project is a local Carrizo project for Gonzales. So it's a really a good way to find information that's in the state water plan. Like I said, it's easier than searching a PDF or flipping through a hard copy. All right, the next steps in the state water plan process. We held a public hearing April 18th to receive public comments on the draft plan. Comments were accepted through the 25th of April, and right now we're going through the comments, trying to determine what changes may need to be made, and the board will consider adoption of the water plan late in the summer, maybe early fall. But after that, after it's approved and adopted by the board, it'll be graphically enhanced, nice pictures and things like that, then published and delivered to the governor and the legislature. One last thing, January 24th to 26th is the Water for Texas Conference in Austin, hosted by the board. I'm sure I'll have more announcements on that forthcoming as we get closer. Any questions?
Any questions on the presentation?
Yes.
Not an open question, but the water harvesting that was brought up earlier, I know that like in Australia, they did actually implement water harvesting requirements for new developments. It was mentioned about this big drought and the needs that were unmet. And I'm wondering, in this, is there any room for incorporating that into the plan?
You know, I'm really not sure how the plan deals with rainwater harvesting with kind of decentralized development of supplies, but I can find out about that and we can bring that information back to the group.
Yes, sir.
Sir, on that note, just a really kind of a question. I don't know, and maybe some other folks might know, but are there any regulations or anything from our own TCEQ or EPA in regards to rainwater harvesting, if there's any permits or requirements to make sure that it's safe water? Because if you store it too long, could be some problems with it. I don't know, and that's why I'm just asking the question.
You know, John Kite is the chairman of the rainwater harvesting group, he might be a good one for anybody that has questions to give him a call and see, because he's been doing this a long time, and I'm sure he knows all of the ins and outs of the permit requirements or whatever.
I think a lot of us, we really like the idea, just want to make sure we cover everything.
I do think there are some ordinances here locally in San Antonio, I think, regarding limiting the use of that you can capture from rainwater harvesting.
You're correct, Suzanne. It's, you can collect all you want. If you hook it up to your personal in-house system, that's when it's an issue.
So you can use it for irrigation, but just not for, okay,
Yeah.
right, that's what I thought. Yes, sir.
It's got a rainbow.
Quick question,
It's
Ron.
got a rainbow.
In the state water plan gives a price of the state water plan, I forget what it was, billions of dollars, but that's assuming, I think, that every one of these water management strategies are implemented.
That's the cumulative cost of all of those proposed strategies
And
recommended.
that's not realistic. Does the state water plan footnote that in any way to say that it's not expected that all these projects will actually be built?
I'm not sure. That's a good question.
I think it's misleading, because a lot of people jump all over that and say, look how expensive all these projects are, and it's just not going to happen that way.
Right, I was curious about the same thing, because there are projects in our plan, I know, those sort of management supplies that have come up so much during this whole process that sort of duplicate potentially other projects. You don't think they're all going to go at the same time. So it'd be interesting to know sort of what those kind of maybe recommended strategies or those kinds of things that we know.
Yeah, what kind of context the plan gives.
Right, because some of them are serving the same population area multiple times over.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, the same as, I guess, rainwater harvesting, you have like a really small percentage predicted for non-potable reuse, but is that something that anybody's looking into policy-wise? Because other states have, say, mandated that new developments go in with systems for non-potable reuse and things like that, that could be change the equation, I guess, as we become more urbanized.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's important to remember that, you know, these are numbers that come up from all of the regional water planning groups, you know, from kind of the bottom-up process. And, you know, there's really not a policy to direct, you know, what the groups come up with in terms of what the strategies are. Yes, ma'am.
In other words, I would say, these are things that we in our plan need to think about. The duplicative nature of how we're laying out our plan and what other alternative strategies we might use.
Thank you all very much.
Oh, I'm sorry, yes, Bill.
Just a quick comment on rainwater harvesting. Some western states prohibit rainwater harvesting due to impact to both ground and surface water rights.
Okay. Maybe what we can do is, it looks like there's a lot of interest in rainwater harvesting, and I appreciate the gentleman earlier that made the public comment. Would y'all want us to bring an agenda item at an upcoming meeting to sort of talk a little bit about rainwater harvesting and some of the regulations that may be involved with that? Is that something you're interested in? Yes, sir.
I'll just point out that we've looked at rainwater harvesting in the past, not during the 2016 cycle, but during the 2011 cycle, and we could present something short and sweet on what that was.
That would be helpful. Thank
As
you.
part of that discussion.
That would be helpful. Thank you. And if anyone wants to give information that you want covered in that rainwater harvesting presentation, why don't you let Cole know or send him an email so that we can make sure that the presentation is covering the issues that y'all are interested in. And particularly, I know, Robert, if your staff has the regulations locally, that would be helpful too.
Okay, we'll bring those.
Thank you.
Would it be, I'm sorry, would it be appropriate to ask John Kite to have some part in that presentation?
Absolutely. I was thinking the same thing, and since he's not here today, but we'll reach out to him and make sure, because I do know he's been involved in that for quite some time.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll do that. Thank you, Donna. Okay, thank you, Ron, for that presentation. Also, Cole, Did this PowerPoint presentation go out in the packet with?
Yes.
It did, okay. And so I guess Gary was asking, can other planning group members use that presentation for presentations they may want to do at a local level? Would you mind us plagiarizing a little bit of your presentation if we give you credit?
That flaming drought graph is certainly a strong one.
Okay, thank you. All right, the next item is the chair's report, and I just have a quick report. The Water Development Board put together a kind of a technical meeting of all the regional water planning groups that was held on May 2nd earlier this week. And Cole and I were there as well as Brian. And it was a very interesting meeting. I think it's the first time that they've sort of done this. From my perspective, again, I'm new in this role, but I thought it was a really good opportunity to try to bring together best management practices of all the different regional water planning groups, you know, what their technical consultants are doing. And then the Water Development Board is sort of looking at trying to see if there are some of those best management practices from their modeling, from how surveys are done, to a variety of things that maybe can be used kind of statewide so that we're not recreating the wheel for every single planning region, which I think is a great idea. They've done that on a couple of things already. I think they did a uniform costing tool this last time, and they got some feedback on that. Now they're looking at other opportunities to do that. So it was very technical, but I think my takeaway was that we've got very, very competent technical consultants working all over the state to make sure that these regional water plans are put together with as much information, as much quality engineering work. So I was very impressed by the group and the camaraderie between everybody sharing ideas. So this is the first time that they've kind of called this meeting together, and I think they're anticipating there may be opportunities to follow up later because there was many issues. There really wasn't anything that was decided, a lot of issues were talked about, and I think then the Water Development Board may come back with some suggestions. Brian, was there anything else that you felt we covered tonight?
No, I think you summarized it pretty well. It was a good kind of, from my perspective, it was a good opportunity to talk to the other consultants around the state and get some information about how maybe they go about various processes and some input. I asked questions specifically about how you quantify impacts to agricultural resources, because we sort of didn't get a lot of guidance from the Water Development Board last cycle, and it was a requirement, and you know, we counted up the number of acres that were impacted and reported that. And for the most part, I did talk offline with a few folks after the meeting, and they did similar type analysis, but I think there's a thought out there that maybe, you know, there's a couple other things you could do as well. So anyway, that's where I thought it was just good to meeting of the minds, I guess.
You know, one issue that came up was the models. We're always talking about the fact that the WAM model for our area has not been updated in quite some time. I did ask the question of whether or not that was going to happen anytime soon. The answer I got back is that we need funding for that. TCEQ was there and indicated that they currently do not have funding for updating the model. But other regional areas, I think the Brazos was used as an example. I think they've updated their WAM. Is that correct, Brian?
No, actually, it's the Colorado.
Colorado.
So
I'm sorry, I thought it was the
went
Brazos.
through
Okay.
an update to update their WAM from I think 2000. I think previously we only went through 2000, now it goes through 2013, and the LCRA did another extension through 2014, I believe.
Okay.
So, yeah, there's a lot of emphasis across the state on that, just in general. So.
And then the other thing they brought up, Brian, was that basin by basin, they're also updating the WAMs to include the environmental flow standards. And I don't think they've finished ours yet. Is that correct? Or?
No, again, it gets back to a funding issue and a time issue at TCEQ, where they're focusing their efforts where they have permits. And so they've had a lot of permitting activities going on in the Brazos and the Trinity and some of the northern basins. With regard to our basin, The only permit, they're really large permit they're working on right now, that environmental flows are involved in, is the mid-basin project with GBRA. So they've included the environmental flows locations downstream into Alice on the Guadalupe side, but that's essentially it at this point.
Right. So those were kind of the bigger issues. I know the WAM, the water availability model, has come up quite a bit in our process here of the updating of that, and we'll just have to continue to monitor and see what the timeline is for that. It may come up during the funding, during the legislature, not sure, but it was an issue that was talked about by some of the other regional planning groups as well. So it was a very interesting meeting, and I'm sure there'll be more to come. Okay, so next we're going to move into the item regarding actions that the executive committee was tasked with doing. If you remember at the last meeting, if you look under the item number 9, that we kind of had a timing issue that Cole had sent out a letter that we had received about some of the preliminary rules that the Water Development Board is looking at, and they kind of gave a summary of what some of those areas that they're looking at. They haven't finished their rule of development, but they were just trying to get ideas. So we took this this outline that they provided, and then the executive committee got together, and we tried to see if there were any of those that we would want to provide some feedback on. So I would like for Brian real quickly just to review the items that we did. It's in your letter, but he can just go over real quickly the items that we looked at. And then maybe Ron then can talk a little bit about the next process as it relates to rulemaking.
Thank you. I don't have anything necessarily to show up here, but what's included in your packet is the original letter from the Water Development Board dated February 22nd, 2016. And as Chairperson Scott mentioned, the executive committee met on March 23rd to discuss each of those items. Phil Cook and myself were in attendance to help there. We went through each of the items and talked about them, some of which can be characterized as very beneficial to the planning process from a regional standpoint. And I think the executive team was very much in favor of those. A couple items are in the wait and see category, because these aren't formal draft rule changes yet. They're just kind of proposals of what the Water Development Board's thinking. We don't necessarily have the language to see how the rule might actually change, and without that, we can't really make a comment one way or the other. So we're just kind of wait and see. And then it's an important point that this is kind of the first input into this process. Once draft rule changes are proposed and taken to the Water Development Board, they'll be sent out for comment, and then we'll have a second chance to actually view those rule changes and make kind of a formal comment again back to the Water Development Board. But with that, there were two that the executive team felt like they wanted to comment on, and then a third one they wanted to add that was not necessarily addressed. The first two really have to do with how information regarding the IPP and public notices are disseminated amongst the region. For those of you that aren't familiar, when we put out the draft plan, the initially prepared plan of the IPP, we have to make 2 copies available in every single county, typically in a county library and a county clerk's office. Well, we have 21 counties in which we touch, so that's 42 copies right there. In addition, we put out another 12 copies to the Water Development Board for them to look at, and then typically we have another 3 or 4 copies available either with the consultant and with the San Antonio River Authority. So it ends up being a very costly procedure, not only in terms of printing and documenting. And for those of you who haven't seen our plan before, it's 2 3 to 4 inch binders make up our entire plan. So you can imagine 42 copies of those going out to the various counties. It also is a lot of time with Cole. Cole gets to deliver these to all of the 21 counties and other SARA staff. So it becomes a kind of a hassle there as well, and time consuming and costly there. So the proposal by the Water Development Board is to maybe make this a different avenue for distribution of the plan. Perhaps if the counties are capable, you can make it electronic copies, whether it be a CD or a memory stick or a PDF of some sort available at a public computer there. certainly making it available via website. So the executive team felt that was a great idea. The second one had to do with providing notice to the county clerk's office. I believe right now, every time we have a public hearing or public meeting, we have to send out notice to all the various counties. And with the state law that changed recently with the 2015 session, it's now permissible to just make that notice available on the San Antonio River's website, San Antonio River Authority's website. So the rule change would be in favor of doing that. That's another costly procedure rather than sending out notice via mail or FedEx to all the counties, just making it electronically available to everyone. So those were the two that the executive team spoke up in favor of. The third item in this letter, dated April 4th, was there's a section in the letter that talked about clarifying definitions. And specifically, one item that wasn't there, and Mr. Mims had brought this forth to the executive team to consider, was that a true definition of a reservoir. If you were to search the rules and guidance of the Water Development Board or the state legislation, finding a true reservoir definition when it comes to water supply planning or regional water planning, there's not a definition there. And while most of us know when we talk about a reservoir, we're talking generally a water supply reservoir, there are other reservoirs out there, and TCEQ's views, there's many reservoirs out there, but you have flood control reservoirs, you have the old SCS structures, you have core reservoirs. You also have, anytime, in TCEQ's definition, anytime you have some kind of constructed weir or dam or anything that might back up water, that could be considered a reservoir. Ask San Antonio River Authority about their riffles and weirs issues on the San Antonio River. And anytime you have maybe potentially a low water crossing, that could also, in fact, back up water and become a reservoir. So I think a clear definition of what a reservoir in the regional water planning sense is, and the reason that Mr. Mims brought this up has to go back to the unique stream segments designation. I remember there were a couple of meetings we had here, we were discussing that very issue and making sure we were clear that when we said we're designating this unique stream segments, we don't want any reservoirs, but we're okay if someone has to replace like a low water crossing. So, Mr. Mims, if you want to talk about that more, you feel free to. I think I tried to get your general sense there.
Yeah, you did. Thank you.
So that was the essence of the letter. Like I said, there's another opportunity for us to comment on these rule changes once they become draft and once we actually see the language. So, thanks.
Okay. Any comments on that? This is just our first bite of the apple, so to speak. Ron?
So as Brian said, the letter that went out from the board was kind of, it was a list of issues that we're looking at in rulemaking. It wasn't rule language or anything like that. I have a very general timeline, very much always subject to change, but what we think, how we think it's going to look at this point is that early summer sometime, we'll take a rule proposal to our board, and the board will accept that proposal. After that happens, the rule language will actually be published. The first time that the actual proposed rule changes, that y'all would get a chance to see those is when that board agenda is announced and the backup materials are put on the board website, and that's, I think, about 10 days, a week or 10 days before the actual board meeting. So we're looking at going to the board early summer. There'll be a public notice, public comment period of 30 days, probably the middle part of the summer. Then late summer, early fall, going back to the board to ask them to adopt the rules. So, I will communicate with Cole when that actual rule language is going to be public, and so he can let you all know that that's happening. And we talked at the work group meeting about a kind of a strategy for you all to consolidate your comments or however you'd like to do that. But the timing may work out that the public comment period is between planning group meetings, so. But that's our projected timeline at this point.
Thank you. So with that, I would like to propose to the group, because if the timing is as he talks about, that we'll get the draft rules, be able to maybe put together some comments to bring forward, it may work out that we can bring them to the August meeting before the timeline is up. Hopefully that will work out so that we can have an official action here at our August meeting. But what I would like to see, if y'all would be okay, is if we went ahead and kept the executive committee working on reviewing those proposed rules as they come up, so that we can come up with a recommendation to bring forward to the planning group, either through email if the timing doesn't work, or back to the August meeting. Either way, you'll get whatever we're proposing prior to the meeting in August. So is there any concerns about continuing to move forward with that approach? Obviously, everyone would be invited to come to the executive committee meeting when we have that deliberation. Any concerns? Yes, sir.
I don't know. Before, we used to have a lot of working groups. That was one of the things that
Yes.
Colin was able to do. I think this is one of the issues that maybe you would want to form a working group, make a recommendation or work something out to give to the executive committee, and then to go through that process.
Well, what we did was we were using the executive committee as that working group on these particular rules, because it's sort of that policy level. But I would be glad to have a more comprehensive working group if we wanted to do that outside the executive committee. Last time, they sort of used the executive committee as that working group on the rules. But anyone and everyone is invited to come to that meeting. But I can open it up to just creating a separate work group that it's not the executive committee.
Why don't you make the work group the executive committee and anyone else who wants to
Absolutely.
attend?
There were several people last time, as I recall, that were in addition.
Yes.
To attend and be part of the group.
Oh, of course, absolutely, yes. Everyone provided input last time when we did that. There were several non-executive committee meeting members there that provided input. It was, so how is that proposal? So the proposal could be that it's the executive committee and anyone else that would like to attend the working group and participate in the process of coming up with those recommendations.
And that last part, Suzanne, is I think the most important part, participate in the process.
Absolutely.
Not just listening and documenting, but actually participating.
Yes,
All right.
of course, absolutely. We welcome anyone's input, because this is, I'm sure it's going to be a lot to go over. But, so with that direction then, and with the addition that Mr. Puente added, the working group will will consist of the executive committee and anyone else that would like to come to the meeting when it is scheduled and to participate in the process. Obviously, then any other, the results of that will be sent out to the whole planning group, and then, of course, when we come back together, anyone and everyone can give it their feedback at that time. Is that fair? Everyone okay? Yes.
Just a procedural note, so if the board does have a little more accelerated schedule, to where the executive committee would then have to actually submit those comments, in that case, then the planning group could delegate to the executive committee then the submission of the comments. The working group typically makes a recommendation to the planning group, and that would be the case if we were able to bring it to the planning group meeting in August. But in case the board's schedule does not allow that, then the working group could make the recommendation to the executive committee, and the executive committee then makes that formal submittal to the water development board. Just a procedural distinction, if it makes any difference.
Okay. Did y'all understand that? It's really just in the timing of the issue. So I guess what we're going to have to do is, once we hear from the Water Development Board as to what their schedule is, then we can finalize the details here relative to how the process is going to work. But I think what we're trying to do is make sure that our planning group gets to participate in the process of providing comments. Now, I want to be clear that that does not mean that everyone in this room can't provide comments separate and apart. I mean, this is not the only place that you can provide comments. I mean, individually, you can provide comments. Your entities may want to provide comments separate, maybe even different or even in opposition to what this group comes up with. I mean, obviously, this is an open process that the Water Development Board will take all comments and then have to determine what they want to do with those comments relative to rulemaking. This is just an opportunity for this planning group, based on our issues here and where we can get some consensus. We may not be able to get consensus on everything, that we can submit comments. Okay? All right. I think we'll, yes, sir.
One thing that's still bothering me, like I brought up in the work group meeting, please, Brian, I don't know how we can reach out to those other counties. Okay, what the executive committee, the past executive committee has brought forth about how we're going to communicate our water plan to our Region L plan to the Texas Water Development Board. Once it's final, we need to make sure that those counties, so there's a lot of counties that do not have computers. And so we need to make sure that we reach out to them, to at least get a hard copy, the ones that aren't able to get a floppy or a stick or anything else.
Absolutely.
So please, okay, thank you.
Yeah, totally agree with that. Okay, the other thing that the executive committee did at the direction of this planning group was we took, if you recall, as part of our regional plan, we came up with a list of items that we all wanted to discuss, and it was called the 2021 Plan Enhancement items that came up and that were submitted as part of our plan. And you had asked the executive committee to sort of look at how we could sort of take that list and kind of try to agendize those through the process so that it would time out as to when we were going to be making various decisions in this next planning cycle. So the executive committee took that list and attempted to come up with a schedule, and that is in your packet. And we're actually starting some of that this meeting to start to look at some of these issues that came up. So I guess I would appreciate you looking at the list. It's here. And see if there's any concerns about the schedule that we put forward. Obviously, this is at least a working schedule that we can begin with. If we need to move things around, we can. I guess I'm just going to open that up for comment first about the schedule and the process and the list that's here that we captured. Seem like we have everything.
I think y'all did a good job of laying it out in an orderly way to sync with our plan.
One of the ideas, I'm sorry, did you have something?
Well, I was going to follow up. I think, I agree, it's laid out nicely, but we ought to be flexible enough if we don't have time to adequately address any of these. We agree that they roll into the next meeting.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. And one of the other things that I'd like to discuss too is how can we then take, as you can see, this is a lengthy process, right? A lot of issues to take into consideration. And then I was sort of thinking about it kind of as a guiding principle document, for lack of a better term, sort of going forward for our 2021 plan. Because as we may take actions on certain things, we need to sort of take that action, put it on a guiding principle, and remind ourselves each time when we're going through this list that we voted on something. Because when we get down to 2018 and we're starting to deal with these things, we have to remember the action that we took. Because if we keep going back and revisiting them, then we don't really have the guiding principle that this process was trying to set us up for. Understanding, and we're going to get new members, if you remember. I mean, later in the agenda, we're going to talk about going out and recruiting members. There's going to be new people that are going to come on the committee. We're going to have to continue to remind them. We've already dealt with that issue, and here's what the committee discussed at the time. So, is that seem to be okay? And what we were sort of thinking about, again, brainstorming at the executive committee, and we'll start it here in a little bit on this agenda, is if we're able to come up with some general consensus at this meeting, let's just say, on any of these items, we will bring that item back at the next meeting to have an official action on it. So it gives you time as members to sort of think about it. I mean, so you have to process a little bit. These are big issues that we're going to be making. And then we will have an action at the next meeting on whatever decision we made at the prior meeting, so that you have a little time to process it. And then we take the action, then it's official, and then it goes in our guiding principle document, and then Brian will continue to remind us each time, remember, we took an action on this each time. Does that make sense, so that we come up with a consensus, we think about it, we officially vote on it at the next meeting, then it goes in the guiding principles, and we move on? Does that process seem to work for everybody?
That sounds like a great idea, if you ask me, and I think that in addition, some of these might involve bylaws, or some of them might involve that Chapter 8 policies, so we'll need to be looking at those as we go along to figure out if that's where it belongs.
All right. So, any concerns about this schedule or the process that I just laid out? Okay, not hearing any objection, then we will proceed in this fashion. This is new, and if we need to revisit it as we go forward, we will, but at least let's try to bring some organization to trying to deal with these very important issues as we move forward. Okay, so next we're going to move into the Texas Water Development Board presentation on utility-based planning. And if you, this is an important item as we're thinking about then as we move forward later to our enhancement process. We're going to talk a little bit about demand and need, and this is sort of, it's feeding into that. That's why we wanted to do it first and then have the conversation later.
Good morning, everyone. As we've been discussing, the regional water plans are done, the state water plan is almost done, so now it's time to kick off a new set of regional water planning and with the state water plan. And one of the first steps, as we've discussed, are the population and water demand projections. Now, the Water Development Board staff have been compiling some ideas as to how to revise and hopefully improve the draft projections that we'll give out to the regions to consider in this next round of regional water planning. And we've discussed these ideas with the chairs and the technical consultants and gotten their feedback about these ideas on the projections. And I'm excited now to start making my way around to the different regional water planning groups to discuss it, to present it directly to the planning group members, and to get y'all's feedback on these ideas going forward with the projections for the next round. Now, I don't have all the answers, we don't have all the details worked out at this point, but I wanted to start giving you the information that we have and getting your ideas on these projections. Okay, I like talking about water demand projections and population projections, so any wild statements that I have should not be construed as positions of our board. They can make their own wild statements if they want, but mine are not their positions. Just a quick background here. As you recall, we do projections for 6 categories for water demand projections, and then we do population projections. On the right there, you see the 5 categories that are often described as the non-municipal water demand projections. These are ones that are not based on population projections: irrigation, livestock, mining, manufacturing, and steam electric power. For this last plan, the 2016 Regional Water Plan, most of those categories, those projections were based on the previous plan, rolled over, updated based on recent water use numbers and new information, but to a large degree, they're kind of rolled over and updated. The exception to that, as you recall, were the mining water demand projections. Those are new, all new numbers based on a 2011 and 2012 two reports from the University of Texas Bureau of Economic Geology, which really focused not only on coal and maybe sand and gravel and aggregate, but particularly on the hydraulic fracturing water use. So those were all new numbers that came out in the last round. On the left there you see we do population projections. Those were based on the 2010 census, as you recall, and the projections from the Texas State Data Center. And those led into the municipal water demand projections. The municipal water demand projections utilized, of course, the population times the per person water use. And that per person water use was, by and large, the 2011 per person water use. It was recognized that that was really the dry year for the state that we should use in going forward. And as Ron mentioned in his presentation for the state water plan, those municipal water demand projections also incorporated anticipated savings due to water efficient fixtures and appliances. So that's just a background on what we did this last round. But moving forward, I want to talk to you about what we want to do in this next round. These three categories, irrigation, manufacturing, and steam electric power. These are three categories that by the end of last year, staff recognized that these were three categories that we really thought needed another review. Particularly irrigation and manufacturing, there had not been a statewide re-release of projections, kind of a reset of projections for quite some time. I mean, irrigation made really kind of back to the 1997 plan, and manufacturing really back to the 2006 regional water plan. So these were two categories we thought needed kind of a review. And power, as you know, there's been a lot of changes in the power generation industry over the last 5 years in terms of fuels and processes, and that really kind of rolls over into the water use of the power generation sector. So we thought also power needed a review. So the board hired, under a small contract, they hired CDM Smith to take a look at how we've done our projections, our methodology, how other states and other organizations do their projections for these types of categories, and then offer recommendations on how to do statewide projections in these categories with the resources that we have. We're not banking on $1 million from the legislature to redo all these projections, but with the resources that we have, how might we re-project and put new numbers out to the regional water planning groups? Initially, the final draft was due April 30th last week, but after some discussions with the CDM group, we've asked them to go back and take a little more time, a little more look at a number of issues, so we've extended that for a couple of weeks. But we expect to get a draft in the next week or two. And then from that, we're going to take a look at that, kind of digest it, give our thoughts to it, and we will be coming out with an idea of what, based on that report, what we suggest, and that will then go out to the regional water planning groups and the stakeholders. So all of you, all the planning groups and stakeholders will receive our ideas on projecting, re-projecting these projections for the state, and as well as the report if you're interested, and we'd be getting your feedback on that to move forward.
Kevin?
Mm-hmm.
May I? I think it's very, very important, especially on the power side, because, you know, the way the electricity is produced now with all the feds subsidizing the wind gen. Okay, so I mean, you know, it's a lot of wind gen now that it wasn't in place a long time ago. And it is unreliable power, so to speak. And you can see your prices, everyone in the room, you can see, if you really watch the prices of megawatts, it's driven by wind now. And if you have no wind, you're going to have a higher price of electricity, unless you are on a co-op. And so it's really something to see exactly. Now on the water side of that, I'm anxious to see what y'all really start to study. It's going to be very enlightening on that.
And the CDM Smith have had brief discussions, I guess, with some of the power power generating companies, ERCOT, and there's been others who have offered their review of that. So I think we're going to get some good feedback from that, and we'll get feedback from the stakeholders and planning groups also. But I think that'll be an interesting product. Livestock and mining, these two categories, to be honest, are the two categories that, as staff, we are just not sure that we can come up with anything significantly better than what was in the last plan for a number of reasons. Livestock, our idea going forward is to return to the planning groups the projections from last round, to be updated with any new information, any local information that the planning group members can contribute for individual counties. And we also have some new information regarding per head water use, particularly for poultry, broilers. In some regions, that's very important. We have an updated per head water use for those, and I think the Texas Water Resource Institute is looking at new per head water use numbers for cattle. So we'll provide that additional information back out to the regions and utilize their local information to revise those. But as it is now, our thought is to give those as draft numbers back out to the regions as they are.
A big issue for the water master during drought conditions, as well as an issue involved in the division of the lands, is the identification of domestic and livestock use. During drought, that is a big issue, and TCQ basically doesn't have the data associated with domestic and livestock use. And so when you're in a drought, the water master is trying to manage the resource, has very limited control over the DNL users during drought. That's a big issue that TCQ is struggling with, and that just needs to be recognized.
Yeah, and I'm not sure that, as we at the Water Development Board, my section collects the water use estimates every year, and also that is a very difficult nut to crack. For mining, I'm sorry.
Question real quick, as far as the poultry demand, you all aware of the new poultry houses that are water cooled? They're all going to water cooled systems, so it's up their usage of water quite a bit.
Right, and then we have found a couple of studies that have quantified it enough that we could build into a new, I think it jumps from, in the past we had, it was 15 gallons per 1,000 chickens, and I think it's revised up to 76 or so, so it does recognize that increased water use.
Could I ask also a question regarding livestock? Where do the figures come from that tell you how many livestock are in a county?
I believe it's Texas Agricultural Statistics Service. So we receive those per head numbers from.
And the consumption numbers, where do they come from?
The consumption numbers were generally developed, we've had them for quite a while, except for new studies that we found on poultry. Those generally are from academic studies that have been produced in the past.
Natural Resource Conservation Service publishes required consumption for cattle. That one helps.
15 gallons per head per day.
Yeah, I don't remember exactly what our source was.
Diane asked a question that I was gonna ask about where do those per head, or how many units are in each county? And, we've just kind of wrapped up a drought, and I know our numbers are not back to where they used to be at one point in cattle. But do you use averages, or are you going by those specific numbers?
In some cases, we do have to use averages because, unfortunately, for some categories of livestock, I believe the service does not provide the information by county for every year. So in some cases, we do have to make averages and estimates.
Thank you.
The reason I brought up that question about how you get the numbers is suddenly I find myself in charge of filling out forms for 3 different counties appraisal, ag appraisal approval for a ranch. And they have a place where they want to know how many cattle your lease is going to place on that ranch. And we find ourselves with no guidance on this, trying to fill out these forms, and they're saying, they're asking about your ranch, but the person who leases your ranch might lease 3 ranches that are nearby each other, and the cattle might move between those 3 ranches depending on where the grass is. So it got me to thinking about how anybody puts together numbers about how many cattle there are. And that's why I was curious. I'm gonna research this Texas Ag Statistic Service.
Unfortunately, I believe in the last year or two, the USDA put out their Census of Agriculture, so that could be used as another check for population heads.
Ms. Diane, maybe, as a rule of thumb, is most ranchers that we know of, it's always 10 acres per head, okay? That's a norm. That's when you normally don't have to feed very much during the winter. But when the prices are high, of course, with demand, they're going to overstock.
Yeah, it's different in every county.
I know, but I mean, that's a pretty good rule of thumb where you don't have to do that, but you're going to have 3 acres per head.
That's very generous.
Yeah.
There's a very small part of the state where that applies.
I will offer this, no one lies about the number of irrigated acres they have because it's taxed at a higher rate.
Well, let's move forward.
So, mining is the other category that we are kind of hesitant to produce or release any new projections. As you know, there's been significant changes in particularly the hydraulic fracturing industry with the change of, with the price of both oil and gas. This slide illustrates some of the dramatic changes in terms of water use estimated. This information is from the Frac Focus National Registry, in which operators report how much water they used. You see in 2012, there was just over 80,000, 2013 over 120,000, 2014 jumped up to 160,000 acre-feet of water used statewide. But then in 2015, it decreased quite dramatically. So there's quite a swing in the amount of water being used and the amount of activity that's taking place. And we are not sure if with this very dynamic change in prices and activity and water use, if there's a better projection we can put out there. Our idea is, at this point, and let me first address this slide. This slide, you see the blue dots there. Those are just the water use numbers that I showed in the previous slide, but they're shown in relation to the projected water use numbers for hydraulic fracturing from that 2012 BEG report. You can see that the water use numbers spiked quite high up in 2012, 2013, and then dropped quite a bit into 2015. And actually, that 2015 water use number is pretty much where that BEG anticipated starting, and then curving up and then curving down. So by the time 2040, again, you get to just over 100,000 acre feet. So there's a lot of dynamic changes in the water use in the mining industry, and our feeling now is to provide, as draft, the numbers back out to the regions and allow the regions to contribute their local knowledge, whether that's from groundwater conservation districts or industry representatives, on how each county might change their mining water demand projections.
I thought I would add that there's been quite a lot of discussion about using recycled water in the reusing the water in the fracking, and so to very high salinities. So that could put a little less stress on the potable water use. So.
Right, and as you saw on this slide, I had failed to mention, but there's different strata on those bars. The top one, purple, is an estimate of the reuse water, and the brackish water, surface water. Unfortunately, those percentages came from that 2012 BEG report. They I admit, really kind of had to twist their arm to make guesstimates on how much was brackish, how much was reused by Clay. That was really an unknown figure, and I thought that they were the ones you might know more than anyone else across the state. So at this point, we're still using those percentages just to get an idea of how much water might be from those different sources. But that is a real gap in our knowledge regarding water use for hydraulic fracturing, is how much came from those different sources, reuse or brackish.
There is a group called STEER, which is the South Texas Energy something. It's like it is an industry group of people that represents a lot of the companies that are in the business. And I know they have an office here in San Antonio, and you may want to reach out to them, and maybe they've done some sort of survey of their actual companies that are members of STEER, because it's been one of their issues regarding how they're going to manage their water needs going forward. So you may get some indication from them as to the increase in the reused water that they're using.
Well, that's a good suggestion. I've had several meetings with that group.
So
His name is Omar, I can't remember his last name right now, it's not coming to me, but what's Omar? Does anyone-
Garcia? Garcia?
Garcia, is it Garcia? Omar.
Okay.
On that projection line, how does that projected line compare to forecasted gas cost? Well, that's gonna drive that.
That's right.
Yes. And those were made on the knowledge and assumptions that BPG had at the time. What they are now, I don't know. So that was livestock and mining. The final categories, population and municipal water demand projections. And this was really the topic that was in your agenda. These two categories, just to step back a moment, historically, the projections for population and municipal water demand projections have been associated with city limits. Back in the 97 state water plan, and even into the 2001 regional plans, 2002 state water plan, we planned for cities over 500 people. So if you were in a city over 500, you were in the state water plan. If you were outside of one of those cities, you were just grouped together in that county other category. So all the water supply corporations, all the MUDs, what have you, that were outside of city limits, no matter their size, they were grouped into this county other. Now, after that initial round of regional water planning, we recognized that this just doesn't make sense to leave out all of these water providers that aren't necessarily cities. So in the 2006 regional water plan, 2007 state water plan, we started including water utilities above a particular size, 280 acre feet in a year, into the regional water planning process. So we brought in the large water supply corporations and districts. However, some problems still remain. The problem remained is that utility service areas don't necessarily follow city boundaries. And our planning process really is still focused on city boundaries. Anyone who has worked with the San Antonio water system probably has heard their lament over the years how much we've had to adjust their numbers because they have significant population served outside of their service area, their city limits, rather. And before SAWS was absorbed by, Bear Met was absorbed by SAWS, you would have Bear Met areas inside of the city limits of San Antonio also. So it really required some complicated adjustments to numbers. Some illustrations of the problems, as I mentioned with San Antonio. On the left there is an illustration of a city water utility that has significant amount of service area and customers outside of their city limits. And in those cases, to make sure that we are planning by city boundaries, as we had always done, staff would have to shave off an estimated number of customers and water use that the city provided and put that into county other, and then keeping only the water use inside that city limits. On the left-hand side, there's another example where you might have city limits that extend out into the service area of a water supply corporation. And this, I believe, is becoming more and more common as cities grow, particularly in fast-growing areas, and their boundaries move out, but then they overrun water service areas of water supply corporations that historically has been rural. So this is an example where, and this may be an example, it appeared to be Seguin and Springs Hill Water Supply Corporation, I believe, in which we had to recognize those customers and the water use from the Water Supply Corporation, estimate that, and then put that in with the water demands, projections for the city. So it really required some estimates on how much to shave off, how much to put in, so that we can make these city limits in the planning process. So what we want to do going forward and what we want to transition to in this round of regional water planning is what we're calling utility water planning, in which the population and water demand projections will be done for the utility, not necessarily for the city limits. We are not doing city planning, we are doing water planning, and we want the numbers that are in the plan, population and water demand projections that are in the plan, to be as close to what the water utility faces as possible. So, as I say, going into this next round, we want to adjust the population water demand projections to make it fit the service area boundaries. In some cases, the adjustments will be very minimal or non-existent. If your city water utility only serves city boundaries, within the city boundaries, you won't see a change. But for those cases, such as SAWS, you will see a change. In this case, you won't have a City of San Antonio and the SAWS, will just have one entity.
And isn't that data already captured in the mandated water use, water loss report by the utilities have to furnish? I have to furnish you number of connections, population served, and water pumped and water sold.
Exactly, yes. Yes, so utilities every year have to submit a water use survey and a water loss audit for a good number of the larger city utilities. And they do provide this information, connections and population served and water use. So we want to build on that to make sure the planning reflects those numbers more. Some of the benefits to this idea moving forward is just a better continuity of information so that historical water use numbers more accurately reflect future demands. We don't have to do these adjustments for service area boundaries and city limits. We want that to be more direct. Current water use source is more directly related to the existing water supplies. A brief explanation for this is if you had a city that they get the water from surface water, but city residents also got water from a water supply corporation that got groundwater. Now in the plan, the existing supply for that city would be both surface water and groundwater, but it wouldn't really necessarily make sense when people look at the city's water utility. So some confusion would result. So we want to make that much more direct. So that the utilities water source is the same as their existing supplies in the plan. Again, as was mentioned, utilities fill out water loss audits and water conservation annual plans every year, and they submit this information. And this information could be more directly available to your consultants in the planning group in developing conservation and water loss strategies. And further down the road, we want those strategies for particular utilities to be more directly related to financial assistance applications. Because as I mentioned sometimes before, if you have that city with some city customers and some water supply corporation customers, each of those entities may have different strategies, so it may cause some confusion in the plan on what's really the strategy for that city. And going forward, there's potential to include more smaller rural water utilities, because as we do projections for utilities in this round, we're also going to be having to annually population estimates for all the community water systems and utilities in the state. And so going forward, it gives us more historical information to include smaller utilities if we want to move the threshold for inclusion down. Some of the changes, names will change. We want the names to accurately reflect who is being in the plan, who is going to provide that water, and who's going to pursue those strategies. So instead of San Antonio, you have San Antonio Water System. And we'd like to include those extra descriptive words into the name of the WUG. So instead of, City of Seguin, you have City of Seguin Water System. Some communities will be represented differently. And this I want to be very clear to the planning groups as I go around here on the changes that we might see in the plan, in the next plan. I mentioned San Antonio, that's an easy one. You won't have City of San Antonio in there, you have San Antonio Water System. But some of the other entities that you see in this plan may not be in the next plan. What I'm talking about are those cities that do not have a water system. So maybe small rural cities that are entirely served by a water supply corporation. So I believe some examples, Castle Hills, I believe, is served by San Antonio Water System. Please correct me if I'm wrong. These are examples I wanted to send out, give out to you. Hill Country Village, again, served by San Antonio Water System. Hollywood Park, also Martindale, I understand is served. All those residents in Martindale are served by Martindale Water Supply Corporation. Niederwald is served by Goforth. Sud, Wimberley is served by Wimberley Water Supply Corporation. So the idea being that in the next plan, you won't see Wimberley. If they don't have a water system, all of their people, all that water use will be in Wimberley Water Supply Corporation, because that's the entity that's responsible for providing that water, and that's the entity who's going to pursue those strategies.
So what about a wholesale water provider? I mean, I'm thinking about GBRA, for example. They provide the water to individual cities or customers. How would that then be handled?
Under this, it won't change. We'll still include GBRA or other wholesale water providers in the plan. So they will be providing to Goforth or Martindale WSC, the same way it was in the last current plan.
Well, I'm trying to understand, for instance, Martindale would have the water that they provide and they pump from their system, but they also get some from Canyon Regional. And so would Martindale be reporting all of their water sources and Canyon Regional would not be reporting what they give to Martindale?
Well, no, what I'm trying to say is that within the current plan, you have the City of Martindale and Martindale Water Supply Corporation. But Martindale does not have a water system. They're not going to come into the board for assistance. It's all provided by Martindale Water Supply Corporation. So in the coming plan, you won't see City of Martindale. You'll see Martindale Water Supply Corporation. Otherwise, but beyond that, it'll be the same as it is in the current plan.
But again, on a water supply project that's done, I mean, so if you are, I don't know, I'm trying to think, Bill, give me an example, like the City of Lockhart, I don't know. I mean,
Right,
that's one
City
of
of
your
Lockhart,
customers.
or, under GBRA, you have all the cities that we serve wholesale.
Right, but I guess the question that I'm curious of is if you don't have, if it's a projected project that you're gonna be doing, this is really just about the population of those cities, would that go under the City of Lockhart?
Right.
Not GBRA?
That's right.
Okay.
Just some clarification. So, this goes to Ms. Wasnick's as well. In regards to wholesale water providers, nothing really changes there except that the number of WUGs they serve may decrease. For example, we may be, I can't remember off the top of my head, but GBRA may be selling water in the current plan to Martindale and Martindale WSC. One of those goes away. We're selling the same amount of volume, but just to Martindale WSC now. And regarding new projects, if a wholesale water provider is developing a project, the project sponsor is the wholesale water provider. The individual cities or entities, then their strategy is to purchase from the wholesale water provider. And while we try to match that up the best of our ability to that they're planning to participate in project A or project A and C, as opposed to all the projects that the wholesale water provider might be participating in and sponsoring. So I hope that clarifies things.
But it's a difference between population projection and supply. Would the population projection be under the GBRA, or would the population projection be under the city of Lockhart, even if the city of Lockhart doesn't have a water supply corporation?
It's under the city.
So,
Or it's under the individual WUG, whatever entity that is. It's a water supply corporation or a city utility. The population resides there.
okay,
The demands reside there. GBRA in itself doesn't have any residential customers, so they technically don't have any population.
right,
But they're selling water
okay.
on a wholesale basis to various other water user groups.
Okay, great.
Thank you, Brian. And then the last change is we'll start producing annual population water use numbers for utilities and posting that. Some things won't change. The non-municipal water use groups will not be impacted. Wholesale water provider scheme involvement will not be impacted. The data and basic steps to develop regional plans will remain the same. You'll still receive draft projections for these entities, these municipal entities, and you'll still have a chance to review that. And use of group utilities will continue. This is really more relevant to some regions that have group districts, such as Region H. They have hundreds of MUDs outside of Houston, and for some of these, they group them into regional authorities. This involves more for those regions that utilize such grouping of utilities. Tentative projections timeline, what we want to get out to the planning groups. First of all, in July, we want to send out to the planning groups a list of all the municipal water user groups in this next round. So you can clearly see if there are some cities, as I mentioned, like for instance Martindale, that are not going to be included in the next round. You can see that in the list. So I know you won't be meeting in July, but we want to send that out to the planning groups and the technical consultants to at least have something in front of you all so you can see what changes occurred moving to utility planning. By the end of this year, we want to have draft projections out for livestock and mining. As I said, we're just giving, for instance, rolling those over and providing extra information if the regions want to revise those. But we want to also give out draft population and municipal water demand projections. Now these projections, by and large, they will be the projections from the last round, but we're going to be adjusting them to meet utility boundaries rather than the city limits. So SAWS, it'll be a similar growth trend, but we're going to include both the inside city limits and outside city limits. So we're going to be adjusting them to meet utility boundaries, and the municipal water demand projections will also be using the same GPCDs that we just adopted and agreed to several years ago, and which largely were based on the 2011 water use numbers, which is probably still the driest year in recent history for most of the state. So that's what the population and municipal water demand projections will entail when we give those out by the end of the year for the planning groups to start looking at. Of course, after that, we have a legislative session. But then by June of 2017, June of next year, we want to give out the draft irrigation, manufacturing, and power demands, whatever those may be. When we decide to re-project those statewide or not, we'll get those out to the planning groups. We provide, at least by July of 2017, we'll provide more historical information regarding GPCDs for utilities. And all this time, the planning groups can be reviewing these projections and formulating their suggested changes. We'd like to have all the changes back to us by January of 2018, and then take them finally to the board, set to the board by March of 2018, giving the planning group 2 years to work on all that before their draft plans are due in March of 2020. So we zoomed right through the next planning cycle there, but I wanted to kind of lay out what our anticipated deliverable dates would be.
Bill?
Yeah, a major void that I see here is water needs for petrochemical industry.
And that should be under that manufacturing, but they come back to us with suggestions for manufacturing out of that petrochemical.
That with the expansion of the Panama Canal, the Texas coast is on fire, and there are a number of petrochemical plants on the drawing board. And that's going to require some close attention. I think Glenn could probably speak to that too.
It's a lot like some of the other things we talked about, the water plants. Some of those projects go, some of them don't.
That's right. With those
But
that
I
do
think
go,
manufacturing, you get from survey data and solicitation from people like us.
Right, we survey the 1,400 industrial facilities around the state with a very good response rate. So for those that we survey, now we have a good idea of the water use.
So like for us, we would put those projections in on.
right, but there's some of these unknown that are out there looming, that are big hits.
I think the approach of doing this on a water user group or utility, based, level rather than city boundaries makes sense. I guess the one thing I would point out is there will be some complexity even on that basis with duly certificated areas where you may have overlapping CCNs from, neighboring utilities. And obviously that's something that still has to be sorted out to get an accurate number.
Right, particularly in the next couple of years as we release these projections and start making estimates on the utility level. Because we also have to kind of reconcile all these population served numbers that we get from the individual utilities. If we strictly added up all the pop served, we probably have 33 million. We'd have significantly more people in the state than we actually do. So we do have to make adjustments and take a look at that number. And I expect over the next couple of years, as we put these numbers out to review by the utilities and the public, that there will be cases where we just got it wrong, and I hope we correct those quite readily. But going forward, I think we can do a much better job of that.
You may have said this at the beginning of the presentation and I just missed it, but so are you going to get numbers from the state demographer to kick this off and determine then when it's separated by the individual utilities? And how does that,
Well, we have all.
are they going to inflate those numbers? I know we don't have a new census, but obviously I know there was just something in the paper recently that they've kind of re-upped some of the numbers based on kind of a mid-cycle population projections.
Well, in terms of revisions, typically this is one of those planning cycles that doesn't have a new census.
Right.
And it was the same in the 2011
Right.
cycle. In that plan, I anticipate in this plan, we put the numbers back out to the regions from the last round, adjusting them by utility service areas, but essentially giving that number back to the regions, and the regions then can adjust or request adjustments due to recent growth trends that are different from the projections. So we will be giving out information from the Texas State Data Center, from the census also, and then requests can be made based on the kind of those change conditions. Does that answer your question?
So there will be, they will look at this mid-cycle modification that they made sort of cycle of the census data, and that will be what's the beginning point of this process.
Well,
Because some of the, I mean, obviously, this extends out beyond years that we had numbers for in the last planning cycle, because, I mean, it's 5 years, you know, we're going out to 2021, and I think this last plan went through, what was it?
Well,
The current plan that we just, 2070, but I mean, this is gonna go out to what, 28?
Still 70.
Yeah, still 2070.
Oh, we don't go further out, the next plan?
No, 'cause we haven't aged an entire decade yet. It feels like it.
Yeah,
Yes.
it absolutely does.
Wait for the
Okay.
2026 regional water. plan.
Oh, okay, then we add, okay.
Yes, and we add the 2080 decade.
Okay. All right.
And feel free, if there's not any other, I mean, John?
I'm sorry. Kevin, we'll get into this later in the agenda, I think, but periodically, do you all go back and compare what your projections were to actual? I'm curious, I've heard numbers in the past where you all are very, very good in projecting population growth and I guess water use as well. Could you just talk about that in just a second?
Yeah, after the last plan, we did make a comparison on our projections with the 2010 census. And this was with the 2012 state water plan. But we looked at our projections with the census. And as you mentioned, you know, statewide, you know, we were then less than 1%. But, you know, statewide, that's, I admit, it's hard to be too wrong on such large numbers. But moving down within, you know, counties, I think we are plus or minus 5% on average, and then as you go further down, it was about 12%, 15% for individual cities, I think 12% and 15% for utilities. So we have taken a look at that. It's much harder to compare water use numbers, only because the water demand projections really use a high GPCD, such as 2011. So any subsequent years, you're really comparing a really high year with what may be an average year or what might be a wet year. So that's harder to compare.
That's not bad.
And if any other questions, feel free to contact Ron and convey them on to me, any comments and suggestions regarding this process.
Thank you.
Suzanne, one other.
Yes.
I'm sorry. I'd like to see on the August agenda, if it's available, this CDM Smith report and also the Water Development Board's recommendation with respect to irrigation, manufacturing, and power. I think that'd be an interesting thing to cover.
Okay.
If it's available.
All right. Okay, it is 11:45, and obviously we're not going to finish everything prior to lunch. So I'm thinking that maybe if we break now and come back about 12:30, then we can pick up with the report from our consultants and then move into our conversations about the plan enhancements. So are there any objections to that schedule at this point? Hearing none, then let's break for lunch and be back at 12:30. Everyone can take their seats. We're going to go ahead and get started. started. I know people are still straggling in, but we've got a pretty tight schedule here. And I'm going to go ahead and get Brian. I think we've got pretty close to a quorum for those in the room who can take their seats. We're just going to get started. Okay, Brian, let's go on to the consultant's work schedule. Item number 11.
Thank you. I only have two things to talk about on this, and relatively short in nature for both of them. I get so y'all can see all or most of it. Apologies. Oh, apologize. So new planning cycle, new schedule. This similar to previous cycles. I've tried to put the schedule together, listing out our task and timeline for things. This is the whole gamut here from basically today through the end of 2020. And I can zoom into things here in a minute, but I just want to give you an appreciation for the longevity of this. Let me go ahead and zoom in a little bit. So looking in the near term, just I've highlighted two of these tasks. So on the left-hand side here are the tasks that kind of roughly correspond to chapters in the planning and the plan itself. Chapter 1 being the planning area description, Chapter 2 being population, water demand projections, etc., all the way down to public participation and plan adoption, and then implementation. In comparison to the previous plan, I've highlighted two of those with a yellow star. As of right now, those are the two tasks in which the Water Development Board has allocated funding for. And part of the reason for that, or the main reason for that, is that the state legislature has only given them a small chunk of money in the grand scheme of things to do the 16 regional water plans at this point. That was done in the 2015 legislature. Coming up in the 2017 legislature, we can anticipate legislative sessions. We can anticipate that another chunk of funding is coming, and there's debate on whether it'll be enough to cover the entire rest of the plan, or we do have the 2019 legislative session where they could allocate a big chunk in 2017 and a little bit of additional more in the 2019 legislative session to finish out this cycle. So if we think about how the cycles are set up versus how the ledge is set up, you kind of have to go back 2 cycles to think about how it was done back then. So back in the 2011 plan, we did actually get 3 different allocations of funds because there were 3 legislative sessions that happened during that time period. I would anticipate personally that that's probably what's going to happen again, although it's up to the ledge if they want to just allocate all the funding in this next session. In addition to what I've shown on here for the 11 tasks, prioritization is added here as well. It's not necessarily one of the tasks in there, but it's something we're going to have to do. And that'll happen again after the IPP, just similar as this last cycle. And just like last cycle as well, I try to add things in here that are of interest, maybe that things that happen outside of regional planning that could potentially affect regional planning. One being the Texas legislative sessions. I've highlighted those. And then, as some of you know, or most of you know, the GMAs are currently going through the revisions to the desired future conditions. I've talked to a few of our GMA folks here, and there was a hard deadline, May 1st, for the draft DFCs. I don't know if all of them did it or not. They were supposed to. But after that, the timeline gets a little fuzzy. Once they have draft DFCs, it's kind of up to them when they want to put them out for public comment. There's a public comment period that could last, I think, 60 or 90 days. The Water Development Board has a comment period too. And then they can be finalized. Beyond that, you could have protests, similar to like we had last cycle. I think we have 5 GMAs in which we interact with Regional. And of those, 4 of them had protests last cycle that lasted anywhere from a couple months to almost an entire year. So things kind of sometimes get drug out with that. But The good news is that it should be all wrapped up by the time we'll need that for existing supply analysis. So in the near term, looking in at what we're funded for right now, population water demand projections and the public participation, essentially public participation, a lot of that is coming to the meetings. So I put blocks in there when we have our anticipated meetings, as shown down here. We had our public meeting today for comments on the upcoming plan. Mr. Kluge spoke earlier about the board's plan for population water demand projections, and these blocks kind of highlight what with their schedule, kind of coexist with their schedule. Sometime around June this year, June or July, we're going to get a list of the WUGs for our region. We'll have a chance to review that. Later in the year, we'll actually get municipal water demand. We'll actually get the population and the municipal water demands. We'll get the mining demands and the livestock demands, and we'll have a chance to look at those October, November, December timeframe. And then fast forward to June, July of next year, we'll start getting information about irrigation, manufacturing, or industrial as we call it, and steam electric demands. And then we also have the opportunity to then ask for revision requests, which they'd like by January of 2018. So that's kind of the work we'll be doing, this group will be doing on that task. And then again, on task 10, we'll be attending meetings. Looking down the line some, again, I kind of highlighted when we maybe get additional funding plugs happen. And then we do have some hard deadlines. The tech memo is due September 10th, 2018. I know it seems like a while away, but that really is the summary of the finalized population water demand projections, existing supplies, calculation of needs. That's really where that gets to. So where is the basis of the needs that we need and when we start putting our plan together. The IPP is due March 3rd, 2020. And then, of course, we'll have our public hearings, and the board will have opportunity to comment. Everyone will have an opportunity to comment on that. And then we'll have our finalized plan that's due September 2nd of 2020. So about 4.5 years to do this. So that's where we stand. Any questions on the schedule, comments, thoughts?
Any comments, questions? We'll be seeing this every time. Seems like it's a long way away, but it comes pretty quick.
And I'll mention that this is draft, so if there's another outside process going on that comes up or that you know about that you want to see on the schedule, let me know. If things are subject to change, because this is draft. We're dependent on the board for some information. We're dependent on funding from the ledge on some stuff, when we can start tasks and whatnot. So, we're required by law to make a plan, but the ledge isn't necessarily required by law to give us funding to do that, so just keep that in mind. So, the other item I had to talk about today is just disclosures. Pop this up here real quick. As part of our contract with Sarah for the upcoming regional planning cycle, we are required to disclose our contractual obligations. The language in that contract, which I think is still being finalized. It's not a completely done deal yet, but we're in the final stages of, I think, getting water on board approval and a last signature or something. It specifically says Black and Beach's contracts with regional water planning group members. I wanted to go ahead and list some of these right now and talk about them, and then from a full disclosure standpoint, I feel pretty responsible of us to list just any kind of water projects we have going on in the region. Not specifically with a water planning group member. But we do have 5 right now going on, or 4, I guess, and 1 getting ready to start, and there's a couple getting ready to end as well. We have the Water Resources Integration Program, which I believe was solved, should be wrapped up by July of this year. We have a Brackish-Wilcox desalination project with Solves, probably a wrap up at the end of this year. The Mid-Basin Water Rights Hearing, which I'm an expert witness, we're actually contracted through Baker Botts, but of course that's for GBRA. The hearing is kind of happened here in late May, so that should be ending here in the next month, I guess. We are doing a pipeline design for CPS. They're not necessarily a planning group member, but Steam Electric's represented on the planning group, so I wanted to bring that to your attention. And then we're getting ready to kick off a study with the UT's Bureau of Economic Geology. I'll talk about this a little bit because it's relatively new. It's actually funded from the State Comptroller's Office, and It's basically a look at water rights reliability analysis. So the theory being is that there's freshwater mussels across the state that may be listed as endangered here in the next year or so by U.S. Fish and Wildlife. The state and the ledge are very interested to know if these mussels, they're native species. We're not talking zebras. We're talking the native freshwater mussels, the golden orb, the Texas pimpleback. I can't remember there's a couple others. They got some funny names. If they were become listed as endangered species, and then someone filed a lawsuit because of a take or a death of those species, and sued the state and or a particular entity, and for whatever reason a judge were to rule that now all existing surface water rights would have to obey environmental flow standards, not just new water rights, but even the existing ones would have to do that to protect the mussels. Obviously, that could impact the reliability of existing water rights. If that happens, what's the economic impact of that to the state? So Black and Veatch's role is to run the WHAM models, assuming that existing water rights are subject to environmental flow standards, as the TCQ has developed them and established them. There's a professor from Cal Poly who's an economist who's going to take that information and then translate that to dollars to the state. And the study looks at 4 different basins, and Guadalupe San Antonio happens to be one of them. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention. That's something we're getting ready to start on. It's similar to a process I've done before, and I've done this before looking at this. So it's just with a different species now. Instead of whooping cranes, we're looking at freshwater mussels. So I'm open to questions about that if you guys are interested in that. If you're interested in the outcomes of that, it should be wrapped up by about summer of next year. We can certainly talk about that at that time as well. But it's something, this is going to be information fed back to the legislature for their information. So
I guess the important part there is the State Controller's Office has an Endangered Species Act standing work group, and they have money from the legislature for that effort.
That's correct.
Robert, you had a question?
Yes, why are there no notes under the notes section for salts?
We can certainly put them. I didn't have any information necessarily put there. You all could fill in if you want. I was able to put this together. The notes section kind of just came together in the last week or so, and I wasn't able to gather information on those. There's nothing good or bad about it. Just I didn't have anything particularly to say. They were design type jobs for both of those. Yes.
And this is, I guess, more kind of a housekeeping item, but in relation to our understanding of the nature of these projects in terms of how they may interrelate with the regional planning process, it maybe would be helpful to have a column that indicates, which of these, directly relate to something that's in the plan, or things that may have, no relation to something that's in the plan. Because even though there may be parties that are in the room or associated with the plan in some way, what you may be working on for them, may or may not have anything to do with something that's actually in the plan.
That's good.
I think it would probably be helpful, and I think some of these are in the plan.
Yeah.
Some of these are not in the plan. I think, at least for my purpose, it would be helpful to have that shown so we can at least understand those relationships better.
The first 3 are in the plan.
Yes.
The fourth one is not a project within the plan. It's just an on-site pipeline within the boundaries of CPS. And the 5th one I just explained is more of a study for a statewide coverage. But yeah, that's a good point. I'll put maybe a check mark or something column for what's in the plan and what's not. So, yes, Ms. Wasnick?
Are these, is this slide going to be in our packet on the website after today?
We can provide it to Cole and he can put it on the website, yes.
Otherwise, I'm going to have to get it from you and
Yeah,
hang
we'll
on to
provide it. No, certainly.
Because I can't remember all this 5 years from now.
So there are a couple other issues about this specific topic I'd like to talk about. We are also the consultant for Region M. Just, again, full disclosure, again, it's not necessarily this planning group, but it's an adjacent planning group. Region M, for your information, is the valley. It's 8 counties, essentially from Laredo all the way down to the coast. So we were the incumbent. We've been hired again as the consultant for Region M as well. I've gotten 3 trips down the valley so far. It's fun. I got to drive back with Mr. Kluge one night because our flight got delayed coming through Houston. So I think, there's not been a lot of coordination between Region M and Region L in the past. For the most part, the water sources are separated fairly well. There have been, at times, projects that may have crossed over from one to the other. To the extent that are any issues that come up regarding this, I think Black and Beach's policy and my personal policy would be that we're just going to try to coordinate with both planning groups at the same time. So if there becomes an issue between Region L and Region M, we'll want to gather the executive teams of both and perhaps just have a conference and talk about that. And not, we'll be willing to facilitate that, but certainly not advocate one side or the other. Like I said, as far as I'm aware, there haven't been major issues in the past. I don't anticipate any issues going forward, but it is 5 years. You never know what's going to happen in 5 years. So.
Any other questions? Oh, did you have something else? I'm sorry.
I have two more things to talk about. So this is strictly Black and Beach, and this is really just our water projects in the region. And we have several entities, separate companies within our larger company. We do a lot of power generation work. We also do some management consulting work separately from our water division. I guess it's my question to the group here is how much of that do you want disclosed? From our standpoint, Mr. IA's and Mr. Cook's and mine, we don't really necessarily keep tabs on what's going on there or who they're working with. But for example, management consulting has done work for CPS in the past, and our telecom group, I believe our power group has as well. Telecom group has a contract with AT&T, so to the extent that AT&T may be putting a tower on somebody's land or an affiliation we're not aware of, we can try to do the research. We can rely on you guys to relay that back. And we don't know necessarily what's going on outside the water division. We're a large, multi-nation company, so I guess we're looking for some guidance on how much information is too much or not enough. Like I said, this is the water projects that we're working on here. So if you want more, if you want to know more, please let us know. We can try to work and get that information. If not, we'll stick with the water.
Con, did you have something before I asked Tom? Did you have your hand?
Oh, I was just going to say at our February meeting, if I recall, we reached consensus on how to deal with conflicts of interest with consultants, regarding consultants. Mm-hmm. And going back to your documentation of those positions, mm-hmm. we need to go back and capture that.
Okay, well, that's a good thing. We'll put that on the agenda for next time to act on. And I think this clarification will help here today.
Yeah.
Tom, did you have something?
Yes, from a pragmatic standpoint, my thinking on your question would, I think, relate more to, what the causal link or nexus would be between our work as a regional planning group and those other projects. So for instance, the telecom projects and management consulting, I don't think probably would have any potential or any real crossover in relation to the work we do here in regional planning for water. But for power projects that may use cooling water,
yeah.
I think that there are things about that it might be good from a disclosure standpoint, just to know that you may be working on those kinds of projects that may, actually entail water supply work that could be part of what's in the regional planning process. So, I would think that this is more about, the relationship between what we do versus the work you do. And I recognize that you're Black and Beach may be designing roads and many things that have absolutely nothing to do with water supply in a normal sense. And I don't think we need, disclosure in every project that Black and Beach is awarded, or things that don't have any link. But if it's anything that's in relation to or has a bearing on to what's in the water plan and what we do here, I would think that would be appropriate for disclosure.
I tend to agree with you. I just don't want to be in a position where, I'm up here telling you, here's the list of projects that we're working on, and then someone says, well, we're paying Black and Beach, $40 million to do this telecom job for our city. I didn't necessarily know about it. It's obvious it's a conflict of interest because we may, they may be a big breadwinner for us. I want to make sure we're as open as possible But the same, from a pragmatic standpoint, exactly that, there's, we know the water world, we know what's going on, and to some degree we know what's going on with power, but I think it's the management consulting and telecom and other industry or divisions that Black & Veatch is working on. I'm not sure how far we can go down that rabbit hole. But I'm willing to listen. If it's really important to y'all, we will find a way.
Well, it seems like with Tom's suggestion here, it seems like, let's talk about, can we sort of keep it in the water arena? Either water, a project that you're doing related to a water project or a water supply or something like that. Is that kind of at least a bound that we can set something around, so that would be our expectation? So if you do hear something outside of that and say, why didn't Black & Veatch tell us that? Well, we're trying to keep this within the water, either water project, water supply.
Water related.
Water related, anything. And I would guess that would mean I would put in there not stormwater, wastewater, anything water. Okay?
Yep. Is that the feeling of the committee?
I agree with that, with Tom's suggestion that a large amount of water cooling would be included in that.
Okay.
And this is a discussion, an open discussion that we're gonna have about any new projects that come up at all of our meetings. So if anybody hears about something that they wanna know more about, they can ask them. It'll be a two-way conversation.
I agree with Ms. Watson. If there's something that comes up that you're aware of that I may not be aware of, let me know. We'll get the information you need and present us with the information.
So why don't we do this, Brian, with this guidance, as Con's suggesting, we're going to put this back on the agenda for August to kind of make sure that we take an action as to what is within your disclosure requirement. Could you work on a definition of what that would be relative to water related, what that would include, everything that, the types of projects that you believe that definition would cover?
Sure.
And then we'll make sure everyone knows has the same expectation of what that would be. Is that
Yes,
fair?
I can do that. Yep.
Okay. All right, so we'll bring this back in August.
Yeah, and the last thing here is we haven't listed anything for the sub-consultants. Like I mentioned, our contract is not finalized yet. We haven't even started the sub-consulting contracting there, so we're not required, we can't require them to get that yet, but we will at some point.
Okay.
Okay,
And
thank
they'll
you.
have the same bounds of
Yeah,
the
same
water-related
bounds.
stuff, okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, so that's moving into item number 12, which is discussion and appropriate action regarding the following components of the 2021 plan enhancement process. All right, so looking at our list, these are the 3 items that we had put forth for this meeting, sort of because we knew we were going to have on the agenda the issues of population projections, demand projections, that sort of thing. We felt like that number A and B were definitely related to the conversations that we were having today. And then item C, we pulled that up because an item that we're going to have right after this is beginning the solicitation process for those terms of the planning group members that is expiring in 2016. So if there's something that comes up from that conversation that we want to add to the application or some disclosure, this would be the time that would be appropriate to do this before someone goes through the nomination process, rather than they get here and then that becomes a problem with the group. So this is our first time out of the box trying to facilitate a conversation on these items. So we're going to learn as we go, but I had asked Brian to look back through any of the public comments that came up during the regional planning process. Any public comments that would relate to these issues, we'll take A first, I think. We'll just do these in order. If there was something that came up during the public comment, let's talk about what those were, and that could inform our conversation so that we're keeping those public comments in mind and being responsive to what came up during the planning process, which generated these ideas. So Brian, could you talk a little bit about what you found going through the public comment on number 1, appropriateness and adequacy of how demand and need are determined?
So there were a handful of comments regarding this that, we summarized this as appropriateness and adequacy of how demand and need are determined. One, or a couple of them actually mentioned transparency. They wanted more transparency in how the demands are calculated and how needs are determined. I think looking back on the last plan, we certainly were transparent at the meeting, I would say, in regards to that and how those two are calculated. And then in the individual surveys we did with the WUGs, we tried to be as transparent as possible. I think the issue came from the public side as they felt like they weren't getting the information. So I'm not sure what the solution is to that, but that was one of the issues, is just the transparency. There was another comment about that people are asked what they need, and that need is then put into the plan. I'm not sure what that means exactly, but it seemed like the comment had to do with the fact that what's needed is not necessarily what was determined by the Water and Home Board. It's more someone's individual agenda. There was just a general statement regarding that the demands and needs are the way that they're calculated is just not appropriate. I think that was the end of the comments. And then the final comment, or several comments that had to do with the revisions and the fact that revisions should be available for public viewing. We did go through a revision process last time, and the entities that wanted to revise their population and water demand projections submitted that information to the planning group, and that planning group submitted it to the board, and the board considered it. I believe that someone just wanted to have a more public process for that as well. So that's really the four major kind of areas that I saw that led to this particular item. Revisions, population and water demand projection revisions for public viewing.
And then I had individual agenda for needs not fixed for board and transparency.
Oh, it was just that how they're determined is not appropriate.
Oh, okay.
It was just, it didn't say why, it just said that they weren't appropriate.
So let's kind of have some open conversation here. Let's try to bring ourselves back to when we were going through the process last time, and maybe some of the concerns that planning group members felt about how the demand and need were determined. Are there some concerns that planning group members had during that process, or that they heard from their other constituencies?
Well, yeah, I guess, in terms, I know Lone Star Sierra Group had done a study and done, pretty lengthy comments on feeling that population projections and demand were exaggerated. And I think that's available. I can, certainly find that. So if the local group did not submit clear comments on that, those are available.
Okay.
So I'm trying to remember back to what is actually said about how demand and need are determined in the plan. When we write up the plan, did we explain how we came up with the demand and the need?
Well, there are rules that dictate the process, and I don't know if you would like to talk about those rules, the process, a little bit about, we have some boundaries.
Sure. I'll refer to Kevin to talk about the population projections process. And the demand is based off of the population projections from the municipal demand.
Is it just a straight calculation based on the per capita per day calculation that you mentioned earlier?
Or the municipal demand projections? Yeah, they're based on the population projections and that base GPCD carried out, and then we subtracted out the assumed savings due to efficient fixtures and appliances. And that's how it was calculated for the municipal water demand.
So everything is calculated based on state averages for the whole state of Texas?
No, I'm sorry, it'd be the 2011 GPCD for each individual utility. So whatever they had in 2011, that was their base per person water use carried out into the future. And then we subtracted the savings, the conservation-related savings.
Well, don't you find that some people's GPCD is in a dry year lower? Is it always higher? I think you said something about 2011 being a drought year, so it would have higher numbers.
Generally, they would all be higher, even if they did enact some
Stringent water.
stringent, in 2011, for instance, they may not have enacted their stringent restrictions until October.
The end of the
or
year,
End
yeah.
of the year when things were really bad. So overall, I think just about all the utilities had a high year in 2011.
So, and that's what we think we should do to project how much water we need and how many projects we're gonna need through 2070. That's what the TWDB requires we do, or that's,
We've been doing, both on supplies, we calculate drought of record supplies, so in dry times. And on the other side, on demands, we do demands on a dry year. That's how we've done planning.
so that naturally is gonna push our figures to the extremes of how much water we're gonna use and so on. And does the regional group have any leeway on whether we think that that is wise?
We've never had a regional group that I know of come in and say we want to use lower water use numbers.
Now, the planning is required to be done on drought of record conditions, so calculating, available supplies is done on drought of record conditions.
Yeah, that makes sense. I'm just thinking about the demand and how you extrapolate that, how that gap then becomes larger and larger every decade.
So, Brian, when we went through, you reminded me about the process when we went through it with, because of the fracking issue, we had a work group that Con put together that I sat on, that, we were worried about the projections relative to the influx of folks that were coming into the areas where the fracking was taking place. And we were concerned that we may not be accurately depicting some of the demands that were gonna hit some of those communities because of the man camps and the people coming in, and they really weren't calculated as part of the population because they were transient. And what we learned through that process is the state won't let you change the number of bodies in a particular county or region. You have to sort of move them around, right? I mean, you can't change the overall number. You had to kind of redistribute the same number. And then, so in order to deal with that, we increased the per capita use, right? So that gave us more demand on a fixed population. Does that make sense? Something like that.
It's not that we can move bodies around. It's easier to move them from one water use group to another. When you start moving them from county to county,
But you had,
you
if
have
you
to have a lot
moved
of good
them,
information.
but if you moved them, you had to have a deduct one place and then add another.
Right.
You couldn't add both. I mean, the math still had to work.
Unless you had some really good planning study behind that, or some kind of really good documentation of that. I mean, there was one entity in which we were able to increase their population because they had done they had worked with the state demographer and come up with a report on their own. So the easier solution for us was, and this is somewhat true, the permanent population of these counties where fracking was occurring was on par with what the Water Health Board was saying. It's just that we were seeing a lot more, not to use transient, a lot more visitors coming in and working for 2 weeks at a time and leaving for a week, and this was a cycle. So you had more water use, but not necessarily permanent population. So, that's more compared to the 2011 GPCD. So we asked the Water Health Board, can we increase that GPCD to account for this non-population water use, essentially? Folks, non-permanent population water use, sorry. And they granted us that. And so we were able to increase the water demands
And remember, you know, kind of the goal of this group here is we start, our starting point really is the water demands. And to get to where to the needs question, we take those drought year water demands, and we take drought year existing supplies, we subtract the two, and that's how we calculate that need. And that's pretty prescriptive by what the water report says, so.
So, yes.
Well, it's, from what I'm hearing, we're calculating demand and need based on a worst-case situation. And my question is that appropriate? It goes back to this topic here. I feel it is. I think Kevin just told us earlier today that under a drought of record, the state doesn't have enough water to meet its needs. Would not like to see Region L in that position. So I do think it's appropriate the way we're doing this. It's my 2 cents.
So I guess the question would be then, the year that's used, is there, the 2011 year, that's the year you're using? And that is because data shows that was the worst year in recent history.
Right. And as we go forward with this planning process, if you see the numbers, if the city says, hey, we had a much drier year in 2015, you know, we could revise it based on that. I'm not sure if any entity will see a drier year in 2011 in the last, since then. That's potential for revising the numbers.
Do you use the same year statewide? Or
yes,
you do use 2011 statewide?
As a default.
As a default. There were a
But
few
individual entities could use different years if they wanted to, but the default is 2011.
Yeah, there's only a few that did not use 2011, but the vast majority were 2012. The vast majority were 2011.
Well, the process I think I heard Kevin explain in his presentation was this go around is going to be an iterative process. They're going to go and develop numbers, and then they're going to come back and say, all right, group, are these acceptable? And back and forth. And so the issues we may have had with the previous demand and supply numbers, hopefully there will be consensus at the end of the process by the group. The only question I had was, you know, what's the Water Development Board's position on global warming?
Sorry, I missed that.
Sorry. I guess that answered that question.
But your point was, watch what TWDB does about climate change.
Well,
Are you expecting something to happen?
Well, that's kind of an open question in my mind. You know, 2011, our drought of record. Those that advocate that global warming is going to cause more extremes, both plus and minus, is the drought of the 50s the appropriate minimum condition for us to plan around? Yes or no? And I think that's where the state needs to come down with a policy to say, yes, the planning groups need to consider global warming in their planning process, or they shouldn't. That, to me, that's a huge question.
But at this point, it doesn't sound like we get to decide, because it's decided by 2011 TWDB norms or
Drought of the 50s.
extremes.
Well,
Yeah.
but I think that's an open question. Previously, now correct me, Water Development Board has not considered global warming as a factor to date, right? Okay.
But it's not banned from being said out loud like it is in Florida, is it?
Tom, did you have a question?
Well, I just had a couple of points I wanted to add, at the risk of making Siri mad. But In relation to water planning, I think a couple things are important to keep in mind. We saw that one of the reasons we do this plan in the first place is in support of public health. And we heard, from Kevin this morning that in relation to the accuracy of the population projections, when they've compared that against the actual census data, we've seen, while it may be within 1% statewide, when you get into the smaller jurisdictions like municipal limits, you may see 10% variation versus what's real there. Now we as municipalities and utilities send in information to the Water Development Board on our GPCD every year. And they're keeping track of that, and they use those numbers as they change in the math that derives, in the formula that derives the demands. Is that correct?
That 1 year, 2011.
Well, the 2011 year being the drought of record or worst drought condition that they use. So, as that changes over time, I think that is responsive, but as utilities, the thing is we can't afford to run out of water. The public won't accept that, and we won't meet our goal of maintaining public health potentially if we would have that occurrence. Not to mention the economic issues and everything else that would entrain from that. So I think it's important that we be conservative in coming up with projections in relation to need. I think all of us realize that in terms of the actual water use, no matter what water supplies and rights we may have, that what the public uses, the actual demand, is what it is based on the weather and the conditions that exist in a given year. In other words, we may have more supply than we need, and we want to have more than we need. We don't ever want to run out. The question is, how close to that line do you get? And I think most utilities kind of consider about a 15% margin, and based on those population trends and things like that, where you can have those kinds of variations and weather, you've got to have some margin in there for safety, but you don't want it to be, something that is too high, because your public is going to say, why am I paying for this? Because I don't need it. So, I think there's a lot of checks and balances in the system, and I agree with what Con said. I think the process that we have is sound. I think it's scientifically based, and I think it is conservative and needs to be conservative, and I don't think that we need to change it.
I know one of the issues that came up during the planning process that I remember some public comment on, and kind of in some of the stuff that Brian was talking about, is there's a lot of desire amongst the public in general to kind of look at conservation, and the benefits of conservation and some of the things. And of course, SAWS and other purveyors are really trying to encourage conservation as well in a variety of things. And they're getting, and I'm not speaking for Robert, I want his comments on this, but I know that they get sort of pressure to kind of look at getting that per capita consumption down, but yet they need to plan in case that doesn't materialize. You're sort of working in one direction, but you don't know for certain if you're going to get there, right? So how do you calculate that in? Because your plan, your local water plan, may differ in its consumption, per capita consumption rate, than what we have for you in the regional water plan.
You're absolutely correct. Just like the Water Development Board, it's a worst-case scenario,
Yes.
drought of record. Projections, predictions, everything from where's HEV located, because we know there's going to be growth around there. And so it's just a combination of a policy desire of maybe driving down the consumption rate, but also understanding that we have to plan for the future and have those supplies ready.
So as it relates to conservation, I think that's where some of this has come from, is that are we promoting conservation by having these higher needs? Are we recognizing a higher need when we really should be recognizing conservation? And I guess it's really because from a planning perspective, I think it gets to Con's issue that he said several times, the difference between a planning document and an implementation document. They are different, because the implementer, the purveyor like SAWS, they're gonna build what they know that they need to for their local community, but from a planning perspective, it may be different. It may not line up. And that's where I think we get some of those issues, because the use of the document is different. Does that make sense? I mean, I think that's where we get into these concerns when we get public comment. So that's why we need to understand it, what we're doing here as planners versus those that make the decision relative to implementation. And we need to figure out what is the best guidance for planning purposes. And it looks like some of the conversation that we're having here is it's better to be more conservative, i.e. maybe more need. Is that what I'm hearing? Is the planning?
One thing that I like to add that I brought up in the work group meeting was we do not want to handcuff GBRA and SAWS on any project. Or I should maybe use handcuff. We don't want to get these, because SAWS and GBRA know a lot more about projects that are moving into the communities than Region L does. And Mr. West already pointed a little bit about that with the Panama Canal. With the coastline is going to continue to grow, and there's so many projects that are on the books that possibly we don't even know about that are going to be needing water. And so when SAWS and GBRA go out for projects, they want to continue to sell their water to these projects because they use large amounts of water. And it is very, very important to the communities that are in the areas that growth continues to grow for the areas, and the water is a main part of that. And so I really do believe that you never can plan enough for water projects, even though the demand might not be there today. 5 years from now, those agencies know there possibly could be a plant there someday that's going to use a lot of water. Look at Toyota, okay? And could there be a Ford manufacturer plant come in that we won't know about, but they will? And that's something we need to just keep in mind every time when we look at the projects they submit for us to consider in the water management strategies.
You're absolutely right, Kevin. Talking about Toyota, they build just in time. They don't build more than they know they'll be able to sell within a certain period of time. We cannot be a just-in-time type of utility. You've got to plan, and if you plan too short, you're in serious trouble. It's easier if you plan too much. And we're talking about 50 years out.
There's a lot of uncertainty. You don't know what's going to happen.
Well, I just had a question. So, because we saw earlier that there was a prediction for reduction in demand due to fixing leaky systems. Is that non-revenue water figured into the gallons per capita per day figures?
How do you deal? I'm sorry, there you are.
Yes, any water leakage would be in that GPCD.
So you might anticipate that those numbers would go down as the leaks are addressed?
Yeah, I mean, if you had 0% leaks.
But over time, your aging water system is going to continue to have those leaks. So as your total volume grows, those leaks will only increase.
Yeah, I just was, because of one of the earlier presentations, they did kind of anticipate a kind of significant increase in demand due to that.
I would like to say, Suzanne, that, Kevin and Robert are very eloquent about planning ahead and all of that. But we have to remember the places that the water is coming from and their plans for the future, and whether they are going to have any water in 2070 if their groundwater, if the projects we put in the plan take the water levels below the desired future conditions, whether those counties are going to have any water. So we have to look at not just growth and fueling growth in urban areas. I just wanted to make that point. And then while we're discussing demand and need, is this the point at which we could have a little further explanation? Because I think it was Brian that gave me a little further explanation on how he goes out to the individual utility and asks them what they need, but then he compares it to what the TWDB projections are to see if it's in line with that? Am I correct? I could have misunderstood that.
No, I mean, what we do is we get the water demand projections from the Water Development Board. We did a survey last time where we sent all those projections out to the individuals and asked them, is this consistent with your thinking, your planning? And we solicited feedback there, and that's when we started that revision process. So we didn't reach out to them and specifically say, what do you need? It was more, are these projections consistent or in the same general thinking that you are planning for?
And if you don't hear back from the utilities, you just go with what the projections are.
Well, that was the beauty of the online survey, is we were able to see if anyone on the end user side had at least looked at those numbers. But yes, if we don't hear anything back, we just assume that we don't have any better information. So we pretty much go with the Water Development Board numbers.
But you hear back from the bigger utilities, it's the smaller ones that you don't hear back from.
We hear back from all the big ones for certain. When it comes to the individual smaller ones, I would say this previous cycle we had better participation, but it's still, there was a lot of them that did not. There were a lot of them that did not.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that explains that. And then the steam electric thing, we're not really talking about that right now because we're still waiting to see what comes from that, from the state on that.
Yeah, they're gonna have some projections.
So there's no use in discussing that right now.
Well, and I think what we're trying to do, Diane, through this element here is there something within the process that we've been using that we as a planning group, where there may be some discretion, is there something that we want to do to change that process, and how do we want to state that? That's what we need to try to figure out. Again, this is for us to be the guiding principle going forward for this next planning process.
Well, one of the
I
things
mean,
that happened.
There's a formula, so,
Yeah.
we need to figure out if there's anything that we want to, if there is any discretion, what do we want in that formula, or that's not there?
Well, one of the things that happened in the last period that I didn't really understand how it happened, and I didn't know enough to try to give any input, and I think it was way too late by the time I came along. So we had a nuclear plant down at the coast. Then we didn't have a nuclear plant. And yet a massive amount of water was left in our plan for a nuclear plant. And I don't quite understand, at what point does Region L say, oh, our plan has changed? Or do we just keep, anytime we ever have put water into our plan, we never take that out? I don't quite get it with steam electric.
So once the project went away, we didn't
Right,
change
it stayed in there.
But my recollection is we did consider that specific project and considered whether or not it was appropriate to keep those volumes, even though the specific project was no longer viable. And we made the decision to keep that volume.
The company retained water rights at that stage.
Based on.
They still had the water rights.
But I think part of the logic was that there was evidence to suggest that that sort of project may in fact occur there. There's appropriate plan to keep it in. So it was considered, is my point.
Any other comments on that? Okay, so, do we have any proposals that we would like to consider, if any modifications to the process at this time?
I would suggest that our process is appropriate and it's adequate as to how we determine demand and need. I've heard nothing in this discussion to indicate that it needs to be changed.
Suzanne?
Yes.
Given the fact that one of the comments was on more transparency, and back to your comment that there's sometimes misunderstanding that this is a planning process, that speaks to the need for better communication, and I don't know where that it's not necessarily part of the process, but it is communicating to the public what this is all about, so that they better understand it.
And where there may be differences between what the planning process is all about versus maybe what an individual water provider is planning, because there are differences.
I don't know if that's the website, you know, what's the role there? It just sounds like there needs to be more communication.
So maybe what you're saying is maybe there needs to be sort of a statement, for lack of a better term, that sort of defines the planning process, maybe that we can all understand and adopt too. That would help us as we're talking to others to say this is kind of what the planning process is all about. I mean, we've been doing it for so long, but maybe we need to step back and really synthesize the role of the planning process is different. It is different than...
You know, Suzanne, that's in our name, regional planning process. And whoever objects to any water project that we are planning, they're gonna come in here and object. It's at one time, they will go everywhere, anywhere to object about that project. And this is a water meeting, so they're gonna come here and object to it. And they're not gonna care that it's a planning process.
All right, so the proposal on the table is to keep the process as it is, and not to change anything at this time as our guiding principle.
Well, our guiding principle is that we take the recommendations that TWDB gives us, and we have the opportunity then on a case-by-case basis to address any changes that we think need to be made early in the process.
So what we could do as part of the guiding principle next time we come together is sort of define what that process is clearly, and then make sure everyone understands it. That's part of the communication, and bring that forward, which would include what Diane is saying, that we have the opportunity to have review, we can comment, we can make changes within the parameters of what's allowed. Is that okay? Everyone all right with that? So we'll come back and we'll write something up for that guiding principle that's essentially documenting the process that we currently use as it relates to demand and need. All right? Okay. The next one is the role of the Regional Water Planning Group in influencing population growth and land use. Brian, were there comments related to that?
Yeah, so I searched the comments looking for key phrases here. And really, it came from about 3 different areas. There was some information from Hays County, Gonzales County, and Wilson County. All had to do with the fact that counties are charged with setting up procedures and setting guidelines for development within their county. And I think the gist of this was, why aren't those individual county guidelines being considered when pulling together the regional water plan? Essentially what it is. Land use planning by county should be integrated into the plan. Someone mentioned section 810.4 or 8.10.4 of the county codes say, that the counties are responsible for land use policies. Again, from Hays County as well, counties are responsible for land use planning. So that was really, and I think the gist of that is why are those kind of county plans for land use and development not necessarily incorporated into the regional planning process?
I think those may have been connected with a pipeline that was, as I recall, mistakenly directed in a direction that the county had decided they didn't want it to be, and it was just an oversight left over from an old
And that was corrected.
illustration, and that was corrected. So I kind of think that's where that was from.
With regards to Hayes County, I believe it was. But
Yeah.
in terms
Now,
of Dallas
regarding
County and
the-
Wilson County, I think it was something different.
The southern counties, was that more regarding their ability to grow in the future if they did not have water? Is that what those comments were about?
I believe the Wilson County had to do with opposition to a strategy that's taken water out of their county for
Mhm.
municipal use. Specifically, the Gonzales County one, I don't remember exactly what that was about.
What was the other county?
It was Gonzales, Hayes, and Wilson were the three that all touched on land use or influencing population growth.
So what is our role in that, Con?
Well, as I recall, a lot of this arose from some concerns from the public, maybe some planning group members, that some of our projects may encourage population growth in sensitive areas, and they were opposed to that. And my position at that time was, this is not a responsibility of the planning group. We have to provide water where we project that demand's going to be. And that's how I remember the discussion.
Right, because, I mean, the land use and the ordinances and all of that really resides at a local level as to, what they are gonna allow or what they're not gonna allow, and where they want development and where they don't want development. It's that sort of issue of where the permitting really resides, which is, of course, at the local level. Any other comments about this? I mean, really, Brian, we don't really look at development specifically. It's really whatever the water user group decided they need. They develop a project, or they know there's going to be a customer coming to the coast, or whatever it is. They'll bring that forward as part of the water management strategies that we look at, based on what they know.
Yeah, we don't dig into which subdivisions are being developed or what part of the rural counties are being converted to a municipal area. It's more up to using the population water management strategies we have, and once revised from the Water Health Board, and what sponsors of projects bring forth to the table for us. That's really what we use for the planning.
Well, this kind of brings another subject up, and that is, I think one we'll get to later, but we do prioritize water projects within this regional group, and we are involved in some projects in allowing extreme duplication of water projects to the point that we are, if we allow all these water projects to go forward and prioritize them highly, we are involved in bringing rapid growth sometimes to areas that it would be very harmful to develop, i.e. recharge zones of whatever aquifer. So there is a role that Region L plays. Now, I realize Region L has nothing to do with the local decisions about land use regulations or how fast development could occur, but we are a facilitator, as has been evidenced by lawsuits and various fights between various purveyors about how, well, our project is in the regional plan. So we are kind of dragged into it, whether or not we want to be. And we will be prioritizing things, whether or not we want to. And so I think it's wise for us to keep that in mind, that we are dragged into population increases in specific areas that are very harmful. And so we may not have the right or the ability to pass regulations. We are nonetheless dragged into that process.
Oftentimes the public, loses track again that it's just a planning process that we show a pipeline route, or you shown a pumping station, a proximity. You know, they come unglued that it's on their property or their neighbor's property and they don't own it. I mean, this has been going on since the first 2002 plan. Bill and I both got our behinds eat out by the O'Connor family for some little potential site of something. It was on some protected area where the prairie chickens were and an old mission and this, that, and the other. This was just for illustration purposes. It could be within 20 miles of this general area. But once you put it on paper and you put it in writing, the public loses track. They forgot what they read in the preamble to the planning document. Because it's on paper, they believe it's gonna happen. I don't know how you change that, other than try to reiterate everywhere you can that this is just an illustration of where something needs to be. If you put something in the Carrizo Aquifer, it could be in one of 3 or 4 counties over there. But when you show something and write it on a map, it happens to be in Gonzales County, they think it's coming from there. You know, public perception of a plan makes everybody nervous. You know, so I don't think there is a perfect strategy to achieve that goal, other than to, again, try to say, this is just an illustration of where something might be put.
Suzanne, I do think it would be a real shame if we woke up at the end of this planning process and we've lost the land where the rain falls and our recharge zones and that sort of thing. So is there a role for land conservation in this planning process? And, you know, San Antonio Aquifer Protection Initiative has been very successful in protecting the recharge over the Edwards Aquifer. There are models of utility-led land conservation efforts from other states. Ohio has a program where the water utilities, in exchange for funding land conservation to protect water resources, get a preferential rate on their loans. Is there a role from maybe a policy standpoint for the Regional to take a look at this and say, what is the role, the balance that we need to strike between pipes, the reservoirs, desal plants, and land conservation?
Any comments on that?
Who's gonna do that? Who would do that?
I don't know. I mean, that's
Part of the issue is a big utility like Sullivan would be the only one that could feasibly do that. And that decision is a decision that should be made by our city council and our board of trustees, if they choose to have that type of policy. And if they do, then it's up to me to put that plan into this plan.
But
So
is there
if
not a role for
GBRA
some
wants
of
to do
the?
it, then they have to do it, and then he has to put it, you only have till September though.
No, I've already got a 501c3 just for conservation easements, to protect key properties up and down the Guadalupe. And so like Robert's saying, you know, the entities that are involved in implementing the projects, it's kind of like the plan versus projects that go forward by a sponsoring entity that goes and gets the permit, has the contracts, finances the project and so forth. The planning group doesn't implement the projects. And so from the standpoint of land protection, those of us who are involved in the resource development, we are implementing those type of plans to do just that.
Well, I guess I'm not talking about it so much from an implementation standpoint as a policy standpoint. You know, do we recognize that it may not be provided for in the state water planning process as it is, but is this something that should be spoken to? I mean, is there a role for making that recommendation to the legislature, the Water Development Board, that this is a piece that's missing?
You know, I would add up to that because I see the same thing regarding beneficial reuse. And you know, you're having all these the way that effluent's being handled, and we see the small towns within our region calling for, rather than direct discharge permits, to have these reused water lawns and built into the new subdivisions and stuff. And the scale of that in terms of water used and everything, it's a policy thing that I don't know that it's our role, but for the regional planning groups to weigh in on those kind of policies, where I see, other jurisdictions adopting those type of policies, it would totally be a game changer in terms of demand projections and stuff like that. So, I'm just wondering, because you have, like making specific policy recommendations might be something that we look into.
Okay. Con?
I thought we had a chapter in our plan, it's either 8 or 10 policies and recommendations, and that's where this discussion needs to be held, I think. And of course, I fully support what Blair's suggesting. I think that's the place for it to happen. What is it, 8 or 10?
Chapter
8, yeah, chapter 8.
And don't ask me to chair that work group again.
I no longer have that authority.
But I guess the issue that you're bringing up is, usually chapter 8 is a policy chapter, happens at the end of the process.
Yes.
It doesn't necessarily guide the front end of the process.
That's right.
So, you're asking if that policy conversation needs to happen at the beginning of the process. And that's the differential, I think, Con, is do we have that conversation now, even if we may place it in chapter 8, or do we have it after? And is after too late, I think, is the point you're trying to make.
I missed that, I'm sorry.
I think that everything we're talking about in this enhancement process is actually probably needing to go in chapter 8. Or a new chapter like chapter 8.
But it needs to be discussed now.
Right.
Right.
Yeah,
but it
right.
has
Exactly.
And I would point out that what I brought up about, about the process and the concern about groundwater in counties and where we locate things, those are, contrary to what some gentlemen here might think, those are not just public concerns. Those are concerns of quite a few members of the Region L board. So that's why we're having this discussion. It's not just the misguided, misinformed public.
Okay, so we're really, this one seems to need a little bit more work, I guess. Is that what I'm hearing? And from what we want to state relative to land use and population growth?
Well, it sounds like it's going to be hard to get agreement about what we state.
Yeah.
Well, if I may recommend, we had a couple of other agenda items for presentations. The Texas A&M Institute for Renewable Natural Resources has what they call land trend study, looking at impact of population and growth and fragmentation, and they can drill it down to water resources. The larger studies on agriculture and water and all sorts of other things, but they could do analysis of Region L and come make a presentation to us. And I think that might give us some background information to further this discussion.
And what would they be looking at? I'm sorry.
Well, the study's called Land Trends, Texas Land Trends, and it looks at trends in land use, fragmentation and development, and the impact of that development and population growth on water resources.
Yep.
And it would just give us some good background information for this
They
discussion.
made a presentation to this group, whenever, the first planning region. We had them come in and they had the land patterns on the San Antonio Guadalupe watershed and how they had changed over the last 5 years. And it'd be helpful to have them come in and bring in recent data as to how they've changed just the last 5 years.
They've just updated it
Yeah.
with the new census, and so, and they're bringing in more data sources, so I think it would be, and they can tailor the presentation as we
It's extremely helpful.
Do we have consensus that we'd like to see this presentation before we decide on any policy change here? Is that something that would be helpful? And we just table this particular item? Is that okay with everybody? I'm sorry, Donna. you have-
Yeah, I just wanted to ask if, just making some sort of a statement regarding population growth is kind of falls within our purview. The average, I calculated out, like over the last 40 years, the population growth rate within regional counties has been very close to 2% annual growth rate, which doesn't sound like a lot, but that translates to a 35-year doubling time. So what we have right now, 35 years would be the doubling time if that were to go forward. And I'm always, we're always struggling to try to keep up with all these demands, but is there any place where we can say that the population itself, that the population is, it's really, I'd hate to use unsustainable because I think it's an overused word, but I do think it's unsustainable. And I just wonder if there's something some place in our planning process that we need to make a statement in that regard.
I'm not sure you would get consensus on that amongst this group, because a lot of the population is coming from the fact that companies are moving here. I mean, the whole idea of the economic development plan for the state, so to speak, is to encourage economic growth, and that means it may not be us growing in population, but it's also people coming here because we have a economic basis by which companies choose to relocate. So, I mean, tell me how you would address that issue.
Just to even make a statement that, to the effect that, we already have unmet needs, and we're already seeing unmet needs, and that's with, projecting forward at a much lower growth rate than we've seen in the past, but in what we're seeing right now. And I just feel like there needs to be something in a policy or just sort of putting out that awareness in the planning process. So,
or is it more about consumption? In other words, if your population is growing, then your per capita, if it's unsustainable, like you're saying, there's only a finite amount of resource. If your population keeps growing, then those people are going to have to be able to survive on the amount of water, the finite amount of water that we can provide. Is that what you're saying?
Well, yeah, well, that's right. I mean, we only have available for planning purposes a finite supply. That's what we have available, and we're trying to make plans for the future, yes, but still, the really high rate of population growth in our area is stressing that process out. And I just wonder if there's any room for acknowledging that fact.
Sustainability is a word that we all need to be aware of, I think, in water planning, because we want our aquifers to be managed sustainably. God knows we spent the last 10 years, or actually probably the more like 60 years, on the Edwards to try to manage it sustainably. The Creosote hasn't yet been looked at that way. Our rivers and our bays and estuaries, some of them aren't doing too well. So sustainability is an issue, but to try to get everybody to agree to population limits is going to be difficult.
I don't want to just go on too long with this because I know we're on a schedule, but I'm not saying that we need to say something about the limits per se, because I think those are hard to pin down, but at the same time, just to make some acknowledgement of the fact that path we're on, it's going to be very, very challenging. That might be the word, but it's going to be very hard to meet these demands, and there's going to be some suffering in some segments of the population because of that. And anyway, I
understand what you're saying. I mean, the idea of if we're gonna continue to grow, then we have to think about how to use the supplies that we have in the most efficient and effective way, because at some point, those two are gonna cross, and then ultimately, if you don't have supply, then it's going to have an adverse effect on your ability to have an economic growth, because you're gonna get to a crossing point where it's gonna have diminishing returns, because there's only so much. So, I mean, I think you're trying to raise the awareness that we need to match those things up at some point. I understand what you're saying. It's not so much that we can't grow, we just have to grow with the thought that there's a limited amount of water that we have to support that growth. Okay, we can try to figure out exactly how to come up with something that would capture that.
That probably is gonna go, I would think, in our chapter 8, you know, the opening paragraph or two in chapter 8. I think there's already something like that in there.
Well, why don't we, we'll look at it and see if there's something in 8 now. If there's not, then maybe we could figure out a way to kind of this sort of balancing concept. We'll get the A&M presentation, and then figure out if there is a statement that we could all get behind. It's not so much an anti-growth issue, it's more of a making sure that we're thinking about the finite resources that we have in the state, or in our region. Is that?
And the A&M presentation will speak to that.
Okay, well,
That's what
good.
they did, yeah.
All right, so we'll start there, and then we'll see if we need to make a statement on that one. Yes, sir.
I think all that's good, but I think the question is it the responsibility of planning groups to influence population growth and land use? And I say no.
So maybe the answer here, where this conversation has gone, is it's not necessarily the planning group's role. However, the issue is if it's not in that, is the issue more about being aware of
Sensitivity.
these sensitivities and the reality that these two lines are gonna cross at some point, and that sensitivity is what we need to be aware of.
I think that's good, yeah.
In brief, I'd say, get ready, 'cause it's coming.
So we don't have a role in that, but we do, but there is a sensitivity and an awareness that would be important for all of us to know. How about that? Is that fair? Okay. Okay, last one for today. So just close that loop. We're gonna bring A&M back to do that presentation at some point. Not sure that will be in August, but it will be where we can fit it in. August is getting a lot of things added to it already, so we'll do our best on that. Okay, the last one is the conflict of interest with respect to planning group members. Did you have comments, sir, on that?
Yeah, there were multiple comments. They mainly revolved around one individual about being elected as a certain sector, but having water projects promoting in a different sector. So that's we all know what that's about. That was it. Same comment kind of over and over again.
Okay. So, other comments from the planning group related to conflicts of interest with respect to planning group members? Is there something that we need to address with this?
Well,
relative to a
I
policy?
think coincidentally, there was the Section 6 Code of Conduct in the packet, and I don't think it was intended, and I don't know if there's more of it that's, more of Section 6, I think there is, that's missing because it was not the intention of putting it in there. It was about voting in the new members. But, it has a lot of detail in there about accepting anything of monetary value from suppliers or subcontractors or anybody who has a substantial financial interest in the regional water plan. What does that mean, a substantial financial interest in the regional water plan? I mean, I'm not real clear on what the language is in this code of conduct. Is it just referring to the contractors that work or the administrator that works on the regional plan, or is it talking about, it says members and designated alternates, so It may be that we need to study this code of conduct if we haven't already. Or maybe it says everything that we needed to say, and we just need to make it visible to people that they should disclose if they have a conflict. It
Is there
doesn't,
more of chapter, section 6?
it doesn't say we shouldn't vote.
This top
Yes.
part right here,
There's-
it's left out, but this is section 6.
Okay.
Participate in the selection, award, or administration of a procurement where the member alternate has a financial or substantive interest in the organization being considered. I think this is all about the contracts with Regional. It's not necessarily about projects,
Well, this is,
water projects.
well, this relates to a member of the planning group.
Yeah.
So I think with,
But it's the planning group and their relationship with the contractor.
Right.
Not, I don't think it goes into detail unless there's a part that's missing that I'm not seeing. It doesn't go into detail about the projects that each individual member is involved with. But the truth is that almost every member here, or I'd say half the members here, have projects they're involved with that are in the water plan, so.
Right.
You can't really, all you can hope is that you know that what's going on, you know, that each other is open about what they're involved in.
Madam Chairman, there's some legislation that was passed last session that requires full disclosure of multiple, I can't cite that bill in legislation, but any contract to any public entity entered into, you've got to disclose anybody on your upper management team has any relationship with anybody. It's exhaustive.
yeah,
And,
siblings, in-laws, the whole 9
the
yards.
whole 9 yards, yeah. But here again, that's associated with a specific contract award for services, sort of thing. And like Van said, those of us who are involved in specific projects, you know, but as far as this organization's contract, the one contract is with the engineering firm providing the services.
I think with this discussion originally came up, that most of the comments were about the contractors or consultants that we hire
Yeah.
and how they would be involved with some of the potential projects in the plan. And I think that obviously Brian showed us what he's doing today, and any other contractors or subcontractors that their firm may get involved with, I think would do the same thing, and we require that. So, you know, before they're engaged in the process, I think if it's made, and they may end up getting more contracts as it goes down the road, but geez, if you look at the river authorities and SAWS and the.
Yes, Gary, but the river authorities and SAWS and all of the counties and everybody, I think this is more about the board members and not the contractors.
We already discussed the contractors
Yeah,
last
it
time.
is because all of the people that are here represent their interest or who they work for. The question here is, if you really work for someone else and represent somebody else, you shouldn't be on the board as something else. And that's where our problem has come from over the years.
Okay, so the issue, Diane, is more about the user group that the member is in? Is that what
Well,
you're stating?
that it clearly states that you are supposed to represent the user group that you are a part of, or that you do represent.
Okay.
Or that you were appointed to represent.
Appointed to represent. You know, I'm representing the groundwater management area. I go to all the meetings, I do this all the time. That's one of the things that I do. So, and people that are Bill is representing the river authorities, and that's his life and his work, and that's what he should be representing. But we've had a different situation here for a while.
Okay, so with regard to that, if that's the issue, then if we look at the, item that's coming up about nominations, if you look at the form, if y'all would flip to the form for a moment.
Yeah.
So currently, the way and Con, you can correct me if I'm wrong, because I haven't gone through this process before, but what I understand is when someone submits their nomination for a particular item, they can self-nominate, or someone else can nominate them for a particular category, and they self-nominate them in that category. And we have not necessarily, they have to say, what would you have that would qualify you for that position and affiliations, but I guess it's up to the executive committee has been doing the interviewing in the past.
Correct.
Did y'all weigh whether or not that a person actually had a nomination from the category that they are being represented from? Because, obviously there's not one entity that is the guru of a particular user group. If let's say we'll use the representative of the public. I'm just gonna use that as an example.
Go right ahead.
Because that one's easier. That's a little easier. There's not really you can have a nomination from someone that's representing the public, and then they have nomination support letters or whatever that would dictate, why this person would be a good representative of the public. The same thing holds true if you have an ag nominee. The person would possibly submit a letter from an ag-related organization that would say that this person represents ag, right? But we don't necessarily, I guess, require that.
Yes, we do.
No, I'm saying in our form.
No, we don't require that.
We
say, please list.
We just, you can self-nominate and say, you can just.
So we're gonna ask to attach references?
No, I don't know. I'm asking, would that get to the issue? I don't know.
I think that makes sense.
But then it would be up to the interviewing group to determine whether or not those are legitimate organizations that would support that. Yes, Cole.
Suzanne, I just wanted to, this might add some discussion to the conversation, but the way the process has gone in the past is there's a nomination, but then ultimately this group decides on who's going to fill that void. So after it's been vetted, the executive committee can make the recommendation, but this planning group has, in the past, has the authority to say yay or nay.
Right.
And if I could just add to that, that process has occurred, every time there's been terms that expire and then when there's been vacancies. And the planning group has even gone against the executive committee's recommendation on at least 2 occasions. Tom, I remember that.
More than 2.
More often than not.
So,
Lately.
the planning group has the discretion to put anything they want in the nomination form, consider whatever they want to consider. But they make the decision based at that time in their process about who is best qualified to serve and in a particular interest area. And that decision was made for everyone that sits here on this planning group today. The planning group can choose to add additional information that needs to be submitted to the nomination, so they have more information to consider in the selection process going forward. But it's ultimately the planning group's decision who sits here, and those decisions were made in the past.
Yes, sir.
Yes, the executive committee has always, I don't know how many of these I've sat on, has always interviewed a candidate based upon that candidate's statement that he or she represents a certain category. And so we ask questions, not necessarily to nail that down exactly, but when we come out of those meetings, we feel pretty confident that person's qualified. We take it to the planning group goes through pretty much the same process, and when they elect that person, we are saying as a group, that person's qualified. I think there's nothing wrong with that process. The second step here, I think, needs to be that if anything changes in that person's situation that would possibly create a conflict of interest as time goes on, it's up to that person to bring that fact to the planning group's attention.
But what would be considered in that, what's the conflict?
Well, I would have to leave that to the judgment of the planning group member. I think every planning group member needs to be sensitive to anything that changes in his or her background that might
Change of employment?
well, change of employment might be a good example of that, I don't know. That might all of a sudden make that person not such a good fit for the position in which he or she was elected. If that changes, it's up to that person to bring it to our attention.
Yeah, and I would say it goes beyond conflict of interest, but your ability to primarily represent your assigned group. If I go get a job with the city of San Antonio, but I'm still an agriculture representative, my focus is shifted. So, and that may or may not rise to the level of a financial conflict of interest, but I think we're using that as shorthand for, do you represent who you claim to represent primarily, or is your focus somewhere else? And I think that's what we need to keep an eye on.
I think that maybe we would pass on that feeling of what we would want to disclose if we changed one word on the form to read employer instead of occupation. That might be something then that you would be aware of.
So what if you went to work for the city of Hondo? I mean, is that a lot different? Hondo's a lot more rural, a lot more
I
ag.
would be a municipal, I mean, I guess it depends on what my role would be, but if I went to work for the Hondo Water Utility District, I would imagine I would be a lot more interested in what Hondo Water Utility District is doing in Region L, more so than what farmers are doing in Region L. And so, I think as a farmer, my primary focus is how does this affect farmers? If all of a sudden I'm working for, Hondo Water Utility, I'm thinking a lot more about how Hondo Water Utility is being treated as a municipal water provider, more so than maybe the farmers would be. And that, maybe I could still work for Hondo and think about the farmers, but I think that's where it maybe comes to, like what Con was saying, it's up to the individual group member here to say, am I still primarily representing agriculture, or am I representing somebody else first and foremost? And that's, maybe we have to trust people to make that decision for themselves as to whether they should stay on the group or not.
So you're saying it should be based on vocation, not avocation? Yeah, I mean, which makes sense.
Well, that's what the rules say.
The rules say what?
Well, here are the define the various representatives and what they're supposed to represent, and it has the public, counties, municipalities, industries, agriculture, environmental, small business, electrical, generating, river authorities, water districts, water utilities, and groundwater management areas. And this is what's in our bylaw.
Okay, but does it say, so read the ag one. What does it say?
The ag one
person
says,
should-
the agricultural interests defined as those persons or entities associated with production or processing of plant or animal products. That sounds like agriculture to me.
Okay, so maybe what we need to do is just saying, I don't know, maybe not, is, should we ask a question on this form that says, I mean, maybe we have,
I think Diane suggested.
if you're in
it's right, who's
agriculture,
your employer?
can you explain what you're doing that supports that definition?
Or what Diane says, who is your employer? That would have pretty much answered the question.
But I know some lawyers
that's
who
right.
are in the ranching business,
That's right.
directors of cattle raisers.
Right.
So then we ask
You know,
both
and then,
questions.
so that approach would exclude them.
Right.
But yet, you
Well,
know,
no, not
other
if, not if they're working in the field of agriculture, working with people who do, you know, you could be advising the agricultural people or working with them. This says production or processing of plant or animal products, if you're working with cattle raisers or whatever.
What she's saying though is I'm a lawyer, I own a ranch, but not making enough money in the ranching business, although I love it, I have to have another job, I'm a lawyer. But I want to be on this because
Well, that's very different than
Can
taking a
you
paycheck
be,
from somebody.
in your definition, can I be a lawyer who, I have to get a paycheck because I'm a lawyer, but on the weekends, or I spend a lot of my free time, I
Or
run
you don't
cattle.
or you don't represent another entity on the board that you take money from. You know, you're a lawyer who doesn't.
there's not a
make-
conflict.
Yeah, there's not a conflict with what you do in your lawyering with your ranching. But you can't represent an agricultural group and
Well, I
be a
don't
water
think,
purveyor.
Diane, I don't think it'll ever come down to where we can write rules that cover every
Every- no,
possibility.
I don't either.
But what we need to do is have an
Is
understanding
enforce
of who the employer is and what the person does to represent
exactly
their
right.
interest. And then that person gets nominated and gets on the board, and if something changes, they would let the board know. It's just a communication thing among us all as board members.
Okay, with that, Diane, would you do anything other than change employer on the information that a person would submit relative to the disclosure that we want on the front end of this decision? Because as Con says, the committee that's vetting these can only go with what's submitted. I mean, they can only go with what the information is that they have in front of them. Yes, they're gonna ask questions, but ultimately, you need the information in front of you relative to their respective group that they're representing.
This form had some problems in it when I filled it out, I remember, a couple of years ago. Interest area did not say to me, what y'all really wanted. I think y'all wanted what the category was, you know, that you should choose from, public, ag, groundwater district, whatever. I think that's what you meant by interest area. And then where it says, give a brief description of the nominee's experience that would qualify him or her for the position, that already covers, you know, giving the application, attaching to the application enough information that you can see that they represented that category. I think that already covers it. So the only thing I would change is under just occupation, I would say employer. You could say employer and occupation, you know?
You know, maybe the issue is more on the review team side than the application. Is there criteria and guidelines to the executive committee that help them ensure that they are getting the best representative for that industry on this board? Because that's what makes this board strong, is when each one of these groups is best represented by someone who really knows that industry and really represents that.
Okay, Con, did you have something?
Well, I was going to answer Claire's question. Yes, that's exactly what the executive committee tries to do in their nomination, in their interview process, is to make sure that they're coming back to this planning group with the very best candidates in their view for this group's consideration. Now, quite frequently, we may not have a candidate that 100% fits a category here. It goes back to the dual occupation thing, but that candidate may have a whole lot of other good attributes that would make that person a very good planning group member. And we may want that person on the planning group because of those attributes really more so than the fact that he or she represents agriculture to the level that maybe some people think that person should. So that's happened on several occasions through the years where the person qualifies, maybe qualifies just barely, but he qualifies. But the other assets that person brings to the planning group, we feel are worth the planning group's consideration. Planning group, as Steve says, makes the final decision. And that decision is accepting that person and all of that person's flaws or attributes, whatever. And again, when they change, it's up to that person to tell this group.
Okay, so, let me just, if we want to make sure, a couple of things, and Gary had a suggestion, so I was going to put it on the floor too. On the form, if we could change an occupation to employer, and one of the suggestions that he was making is on the question that says, please give a brief description of the nominee's experience that would qualify him/her for the position in the interest group you seek to represent, or something like that, that you could add. That's more specific to the interest group that they seek to represent. Is that something that you would want to add to that one question? Okay, yes, ma'am.
Also, would it be worthwhile to just come out and add to the nomination form? Is there anything in this person's experience that could possibly holds a potential conflict of interest? Just make that statement. You know, do they hold any other position that could constitute a potential conflict of interest to, and just, you know, put it on the form itself. So,
well, maybe what we would do, I think it's, because conflict, that's a broad term. I think you would have to take the bylaws where we have the definition of code of conduct or whatever that section was, and ask them to please read that and say, can you fulfill, are you in compliance, or some word that would say, please sign here if you're okay with that statement, and then you have to take their word for it. I mean, that's in our bylaws, the whatever that statement is.
Code of conduct.
Code of conduct. You would just say, you're required to read that code of conduct and be able to sign to state that you don't have anything that's in conflict with that code of conduct. Would that meet what you're saying?
well, I think people judge things differently. You know, I mean, everybody judges what that standard is slightly differently, as we definitely know from our own group. And I just, you know, if you're just saying what you have in a particular area to support yourself in a particular interest group, it may not say what you're also doing on the side that may be something that would be interesting to the group to know about yourself. So I do think that maybe, I don't know how to phrase it, maybe conflict of interest is not the way you want to put it in the nomination form, but is there any other position that this individual holds that, I don't know what to use other than, you know, COI, but to directly address that there may be something more than what you're seeing on the paper here to support them in that position that you may want to be aware of.
We normally get one of these forms filled out, as an example, let's say for an ag position that's open. We'll get it, this form is filled out by the county judge, maybe some of the commissioners in the county, maybe the Soil and Water Conservation District, or so this form comes to us 5 or 6 times, filled out by 5 or 6 different nominators. It's not coming from the individual.
Sometimes it is.
Sometimes it is, but more often than not, we get more of them that come from someone nominating them for the position than we do from the individual.
So maybe what we would have to do in that case is for anyone that's nominated, we would have to go to that nominee and say, A, do you agree to be nominated, which I assume they have agreed to be nominated if their name is on the sheet, and maybe they could read that code of conduct and sign it.
Set up that code of conduct and say, as soon as we receive this back, we'll set up your schedule the interviews.
Because that's the only conflict of interest statement that we have as an organization. Otherwise, we're going to have to figure out what we're going to conflict of interest change, I mean, our conflict of interest statement at the River Authority is probably different than the conflict of interest statement at SAWS or GBRA. I mean, everybody comes up with different statements as to what they see as a conflict and what they don't.
The other thing
Currently,
is we
ours
can-
is that code of conduct that's in our bylaws.
The other thing, with this round of nominations, we can specifically ask in the interviews, each and every one of them, the right questions and say, if you're selected by the committee, if you're nominated and selected by the committee, would you be willing to sign this code of ethics agreement that we've all agreed to
After the fact.
after the fact?
Okay. Yes, sir.
And I just want to say, you know, I sat on this board for 5 years. I've gone through all the selection process and everything. And the one thing I can say about everybody around this table is they all advocate for water resources in Texas. It is such a noble thing. And, you know, I would want to challenge somebody that wanted to sit on this board, give their time and effort for it. You know, whether or not they're advocating well enough is part of the question that each of us have to ask. Are you advocating for the river authorities like you should, or agriculture, or small business? I always wondered if I was doing enough to reach out to the other small businesses other than the ones that nominated me, if I should be giving presentations to them, things like that. That's another way to reach out. The one thing that anybody could do that sits on this board is if they see a conflict of interest on something, we're representing diversity here. And this diversity is what makes this group strong. But if you have something that seems like a conflict on a particular vote that you're voting on, anybody can abstain from that vote. I don't see a problem with the way it's been done. I was scrutinized very heavily. I appreciated that scrutiny. And I'd say the same would go for everybody here. I'm proud of being part of a group that advocates for water like this group does.
Thank you for that. Okay.
I would add one thing to that, and I think it's reasonable that we add something in the process to ask about any kind of potential, you know, issue. And if that's divulged to the group and we make the decision and appoint somebody in one of these positions, I think I agree 100% with what Doug says. I think one big advantage, if there's any advantage at all of having, you know, a group this size, in the real world, let's think about the effect of one vote in this size group. You know, it's really unlikely that anybody's going to be able to swing a given issue, you know, if someone actually, you know, is conflicted in some way. In other words, the potential for harm, I think, is exceedingly small in most cases. But the point is, and I think this goes back to the process we've had in place, is if we as the planning group appoint somebody in that role, you know, we have to respect the decision we've made. And if we get in conflict in an issue, you know, later, that's not the time to raise that kind of issue.
Right. Yes, it is. Okay, so we need to wrap this up. So it looks like, because the next item on the agenda here is we're going to start the process of nominations. So if there's going to be any modification to this form. So it looks to me then, the modifications to the form of what we're asking those nominees to do is the nominee occupation is what you need to know, not necessarily the nominator, correct? It's the employer of the nominee?
That's correct.
Okay, so under the nominee, we would ask their employer, and then we would ask them, we would add to this question about what qualifies them in the position for the interest group, or something, the language will get right, for the interest group that you seek to represent, so that they would specifically state in here if they want to represent electric generating utilities, they're going to write something in here specifically that relates to that. And then as it relates to the conduct, signing some sort of code of conduct from the bylaws or something, we'll do that once they go through the interview process, not necessarily when they submit their application. Because we may not bring them all to the nomination process. Excuse me, the interview process. So only those that we're interviewing, or only the ones that selected? Which one do you want?
None of the rest of us have signed that code of
No.
ethics, so just understand that they'd have to abide by it. I don't think that's simple enough. I mean, the rest of us haven't done it. But
Right, well, we're starting new processes, so.
Can we require at least 3 outside nominations or references, so to speak, for a candidate?
Comments on that, requiring them to have references? supporting their,
Yes. Their nomination.
I think that's getting a little too detailed. It puts, I'm gonna be a candidate for river authorities. You know, this next go-around, I have my board's blessing to be a candidate. I don't feel like I have to go out and get 3 more people to support me. That's just my personal opinion. It's just more extra work for me to have to go through. I'm not sure I have 3 more people out there that.
okay, any other comments on that, Russell's idea about support?
Well, I think when the executive committee's making the decision, they're gonna be weighting it if somebody has like nominations from 3 significant stakeholders groups or something for the same nominee, is that correct? Rather than just from one or something. If there's stakeholder groups who are saying this is who we want to be our nominee, that would be a
So
factor
what
in
you're
the board's
saying
decision.
is it's up to the folks out there in the universe.
nominators, right.
If they have someone they really want, then multiple entities should nominate that same
Right.
individual.
Right.
Is what, is the way I think she's suggesting that it could get to your point. If, okay. All right, so they have to abide by the code of conduct, not necessarily sign it. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah.
Okay.
Does that implies that there's some sort of document that's given to them that has the code of conduct on it at that time? Is that
I guess when they go through
at the interview process?
At the interview process, we would ask them to read that code of conduct and see that they would be willing to abide by it. They probably should get a copy of the bylaws, to be quite honest.
That's what I'm thinking.
They do? Okay. When do you give it to them?
I want to say you give it to them with the materials whenever they're nominated, and we have a list and we start scheduling interviews, and that's when we give them the materials that they need.
Okay, so if that's the case, Cole, then you would send that to the folks that are going to be interviewed. They get the bylaws. Then one of the questions that we would ask as a standard interview question for all nominees is, did you read the bylaws? Are you willing to abide by the code of conduct that's listed here in the bylaws as a standard interview question?
Right.
Okay, so that's a policy, that's a practice that we would do. Okay? All right, I know we need to hurry. So, you got all that, Linda? I think so. I think we're good. And we'll put this down as a process to adopt next time. But unfortunately, because of the timing here, it's all going to overlap with the nomination that we're going to do. That's why I wanted to make sure that if there was any change to the form, we wanted to do that now. All right, let's move to item 13.
If I could,
Oh, yeah, sorry.
and this kind of, not to go backwards here, but I did have one question in relation to conflicts that are contract oriented. And, you know, I think that one thing that did come up in this last, cycle that may be something we want to at least give a parting thought to here. You know, we get toward the end of the cycle, we have items that may be submitted, very late in the process. Sometimes we're out of money to study those. And I know that in some cases we've allowed, parties that are sponsoring items then to pay for those costs for them to be evaluated. And in some cases, they've contracted with the engineering firms that may be doing, the plan, work for us. I guess all I'm asking is that I think it's important in that process, because those are being submitted for actual consideration, and potentially because the financial arrangement between the groups is different than at the beginning of the cycle. I think that's just something we need to make sure is in the disclosures as a specific item.
Working on projects.
Yes, if someone contracts to do, the preparation of a project or submittal in the plan in process, and it's going to be paid for by that entity because we're at the end of our funding. And I think we've done that, correct me if I'm wrong, historically, we've allowed people to pay for that review if we were short on money. that's a little bit of a different financial arrangement than on most of those, I think, so.
Okay. So that would be, in the case of your firm, you would disclose that you've,
That's the I'm sorry, I was going first. What was the conversation?
if during the planning process,
Yeah.
your firm would be asked to do a study on a particular water management strategy that would be funded by a sponsor, because there's not enough money by the Water Development Board for it to be studied
Yeah.
as part of that.
We would disclose that, yeah. I think, yeah, yes.
Okay. All right.
Typically, the planning group becomes aware of that, and then the question is, how's it gonna get paid for, where the money? And then the sponsor usually says, we've hired X, Y, Z to do it for us, so, that can be me or Black and Beach or some other firm, but yes.
Okay. All right, let's move to item number 13, discussion and appropriate action authorizing the administrator to solicit nominations to fill vacancies of the South Central Texas Regional Water Planning Group voting members' terms expiring August 2016. If you look at the item number 13, you'll see highlighted the members that are expiring in 2016, several of them.
Suzanne, is
Yes.
there a way that has been used in the past, maybe Con would know, to let us know which positions are not being, the person who's holding that position is not re-upping for that position? Because we might not want to nominate somebody to compete against a standing member who wants to come back. But if there's a standing member who is not going to come back, then I would be more likely to nominate somebody, if I knew somebody in that category.
Okay, so you would like for, once, if this item is approved, to go forward, once we put we have to put the ad out that states that we're starting.
Right.
As part of that process, you would like for Cole to reach out to all the incumbents here and get a sense if those incumbents are going to re-up.
I hate to make more work for Cole. I was thinking more in terms of individual board members, if they are not going to run again, if they would let us know. Donna mentioned it at the last meeting, and somebody told me John Kite was not gonna renew. So, you know, it's just kind of casual that we find out about things like that, and it would just be nice if the board member themselves would tell everybody.
Well, okay, or, I don't think it would be inappropriate to do it all in one. Cole could just seek, they don't have to, they could just say, are the incumbents that are up going to resubmit, or are interested in continuing service? That doesn't necessarily mean they're gonna make it. I mean, they just, are you interested in continuing? And then he could just send that out for those that said yes or those that said no. That way it's all one versus multiple emails coming in all at one time.
Okay.
Is that okay? Can you just do
And
that?
also, all but two are here right now, if you wanted to poll them.
They made it.
I want to come back.
Full disclosure, we'll be nominating my replacement.
Oh, that's right. You're a short
Okay.
timer.
Gary, okay, then we'll just go down the list right now. Gary, are you gonna?
I want to do that.
Okay, Donna,
No.
Adam,
Yes.
Eliana, do we know?
Don't know.
Okay.
I'll bet you-
John, Kite, I
I
heard
think she
he,
is, I think she is, but I guess it's in.
Kite, I had heard he wasn't.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I
He sent
was-
the resignation letter.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Robert, yes. Tom,
Yes.
Ray, he's gone. Find out. Alan?
No.
Con,
Yes, yes.
Bill is going to be his replacement. Russell
Yes.
and Kevin.
Yes.
So it's just these three?
All right.
Yes.
So it looks, we will check with
Ray.
Liliana and
Ray.
Ray. All right. So I need a motion to authorize the administrator to solicit nominations.
So moved.
Okay, so we have a motion by Diane and a second by, okay, Glenn. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, same sign. All right, thank you. 14, discussion and appropriate action authorizing the administrator to negotiate and execute interlocal agreement for funding for Regional administrative costs for calendar years 2017 through 2021. Cole.
Okay, so, we kind of talked about this the past couple of meetings. In the packet, there's a draft, ILA, and it has the list of currently contributing members, and I sent that out also, I think about a month ago. Right now, we're seeking people, entities to either contribute on a rate base, or, some of them will say, they'll say, we're gonna donate $1,000 to this, per year. Like I've said in the past, the way these are calculated is based on the rate on a quarterly basis, and then the entity is charged after the fact for actual costs incurred. So what the budget is, $58,000, I think, right now for a year. Whatever costs that we incur as the administrator for the first quarter, these entities are billed at that rate for that quarter for actual costs incurred. We haven't met that 58,000 mark yet. There's been discussion, I talked to our planning analysts about this, about possibly upping that to 65,000 or somewhere if the members who are contributing agree to that in the ILA. It's just going to depend on how many people or how many entities want to contribute and who we get to commit to that. So those are discussions that we'll be having between now and August. But the main reason for this item is to let you know this is the ILA, and we will try and get people to contribute. So if you're interested in contributing to the budget, please email me, call me, and we can get a figure. We can start talking figures and try to get people locked in for the next four-year contract, and try to spread the costs amongst those, the planning group stakeholders. So if you have any questions about anything in the ILA, please let me know as well.
So, but you need an action on this?
No, we don't need an action. I just wanted to put, because in August, we're going to try to come back and improve the ILA if we can get it done in that amount of time. I've talked to a few entities so far, and I know people are starting to talk about numbers, so I just want to get on everybody's radar. So if the board, they need board approval before they sign the ILA, they can do that. And we don't have a time crunch at the end of the year to try to get this done.
Okay, I have a question. This would be for a one-year contract?
This will be for 4 years. So typically we've done it, so there's a difference. In this ILA, this past ILA was from 2011 to 2016. And the issue with that is that right now the administrative budget is still in the last planning cycle. So we're trying to get it to where it's structured such that it comes in line with the planning cycle. So in 2017, this ILA will be in effect for 2017 through 2021, and then that'll essentially go through the end of the fifth cycle, and then towards the end of 2021, we will start structuring the new ILA for 2022 through 2026. So anyway, we're just trying to make it more structured so where it's parallel with the planning cycle. And so this next one will be a 4 year instead of 5 year, but then after that, it'll be 5 years again.
All right, so we don't need action.
No action, just wanted to let y'all know, if y'all want to contribute, please reach out to me.
We would encourage that. All right, moving on to the next item, possible agenda items for the next Regional meeting, which will be in August. We've already discussed the fact that we have the new, the filling the vacancies. We've also discussed about the update on the rulemaking and where we are with that, depending on how the timeline falls. We will have the list of the municipal bugs, right, for the utility planning portion? That will be, okay. Then we also talked about the rainwater harvesting presentation. And then our plan enhancements will bring back some actions on the ones that we talked about today that require that for those guiding principles. And then we have two new, the two that were on the schedule to talk about are the role of the planning group in influencing water development plans of water suppliers and the role of planning groups in influencing permitting entities. These are the next two.
Does that include Blair's suggestion about the Texas A&M people?
Well, currently, I don't have that on for August.
Oh, okay. All right.
But we will tee it up for another, maybe the next meeting after that.
Another agenda item for the meeting after that would be a presentation on the white paper agreed to between GBRA and TAP,
Okay, you want that
a presentation.
following, not August, but the
Whenever
next-
you can get it on.
Okay, okay.
First Thursday in August, right?
Wait, paper. And then, the CDM report, that someone
Smith, yeah, the Watermelon Board, it'd be probably under Watermelon Board Communications, they can do a presentation on,
okay.
on the projection methodologies.
Okay. Anything else? It's a lot.
August for the methodology update.
Will that work with your timeline?
I think
Yeah,
so.
it'll be out certainly before.
Okay.
It'd be timely because we have some water measures sometimes too, not necessarily those.
Okay.
But we can come in those.
Okay, anything else? Got several things going on. All right, any public comment from anybody? All right, if not, we stand adjourned. Thank you. Thank y'all for sticking with us.